Hello.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna start. Um, Hi everyone, welcome to the Galco stream. We're back. It's me and Invective. How are you doing? Are you excited for today?
I'm doing really well, and I am excited for today. The Anima Cup, well, it's one of my favorite traits for one, but it's not very easy to play all the time.
What do you think is like the most difficult part of playing this comp? Or yeah.
Uh, I mean, I guess I would say that like it's a little bit more restrictive than other Lost Street comps have been in the past. I would
Mhm.
say that a lot of the time, the best time to play Anima is, in my opinion, you've actually already fought another Lost Streaker at the beginning of the stage, and they don't know that you eventually want to play Anima, or you just happen to have Anima in on like 2-3 or 2-5, and that way you get to avoid the sort of you know the sort of grief that everybody wants to give you.
Mhm.
And I think that a lot of the time it's attractive to grief someone who is playing around Anima, but I think that there are also other ways that players are playing around Anima in the situations where they do get griefed, and they tend to be cashing out the 100 cash repeatedly for infusions of econ, as well as those little, like, baby Anima items.
Mhm. Okay, that's good to know. I'm hoping that we get to see some in our first game. I'll take us to our lobby screen and let you know that we're gonna be heading into lobby 4. So we're gonna see. Uh, it's so tiny I can't see. Sorry. um.
Um, it's a Wigwug, Dish Soap, Precedent, Cam, Robin, Millennium Fox, Marcel P, and Ego.
That's right. So I do just a little bit of context here. I kind of went with this because I saw Robin songs over the weekend at the Vancouver Riftbound Regional. So I just wanted to tune in and see how he was doing after also kind of like pivoting with the mentality of going from one game to the other. So I'm excited to see what goes on here and what they have to show. So also in this lobby spectating is going to be Froden and Remy, us, and Nomi. So I got some eyes on this lobby. Do you think anyone else, or do you think anyone else has their eyes on any particular player?
Um, I feel like Dish Soap actually made a really funny post earlier where I think he had a streak of 6 firsts in a row,
Hmm.
and he said it's time to get day one this weekend. So I think that he's in a situation where, maybe the superstition isn't acting in his favor, but
Uh-huh.
certainly he's put in the work to prepare for the tournament. And that isn't necessarily something that every player in this lobby has done quite as much of, even though I'm very happy to support Robin.
Yeah.
I have heard rumors from other TPC players about his relatively minimal level of preparation before this weekend.
Yeah, I guess that will track with what I just mentioned. Okay. So we do have our lobby ready. We're just waiting for the players to go through ready check. I was taking a look at this lobby chat, and Robin did ask, "Can I pause the game if my cat crawls onto my keyboard?" And so there was just a little bit of funny stuff going on here. One of the co-streamers is actually stuck in the player section, so we're waiting for that to happen to get Wigwug back into the player so we can get this stuff started. Otherwise, I sympathize with Robin. I've closed my door. I'm not having any cats gank this broadcast today, hopefully. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Other than that, we did take a look at some of the other lobbies. Was there any player that you wanted to take a look at for their card first?
I think there was a little bit of hubbub around Wigwug's rookie card. Was it?
Mm-hmm.
I think that there was a little bit of flame going around on Twitter by Soju. So if
For the
if we want to
card?
tap in,
What's
yeah,
wrong
around the
with this
rookie card.
card?
I don't think anything is wrong with this card. I think Soju had a little bit of drama started with the Compete TFT Twitter account, but I
Oh
think this is a
boy.
wonderful card. Wigwug is in his first set in the TPC, if I am correct, and I think that these stats are, they're actually they're quite solid. Being fourth overall in the rankings is wonderful. Um, like honestly, these TPC points are great, and I would say that there has been some discussion about having a 4.3 average. I think it is boosted, or it would be a lot better if it did not include performances from the final lobbies. And
Mm-hmm.
in some of those final lobbies, Wigwag has struggled a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that you know, that's something that could happen to anyone. And those checkmate lobbies happen to be quite difficult to play around, especially if you happen to get off to a bad start.
Exactly. So I do want to take a look at Darthnub's player card as well. He was the winner of our last cup. And he did it again with the Reddit post, unless this was troll, because I'm getting some information from online, right? That he did the same thing with the Reddit post. Whereas like congratulations to the Dark Star winner, and it was him.
Yeah,
But
I'm a big fan of him doing that.
uh-huh.
You know, he's not showing any favoritism to himself. The posts are usually all like worded the same way.
Yep.
Um, I think he has everything to be proud of, and it's really gratifying to watch that.
Yeah. I do love to see confidence from these players coming out. And so now that we've got all of our players into the actual player section of our lobby, I'm hoping that this game will start up soon. I do have, you can't see it right now, but I have Wajan Iverson up in the background to give us some more context on the other lobbies available. But besides that, we are just, yeah, waiting for these players to get together. I can bring in our format. So today, and I think this is still correct, I can go check, that we'll have 32 players today playing 6 games, with them rotating every 2 games.
Yep. And players are going to be safe for these first 6 games, but it is possible if you are in that bottom 8 to be eliminated at the end of this day. As you can see, the top 24 will advance to day 2. Um, that means that, you could have a lower than average start and make a long fight over the course of day 2
Mm-hmm.
to reach that top 8, but it would be arduous, and the luck might not be in your favor. But I believe that one of the great things about this format is it does leave room for a comeback, and it does leave room for us to maybe follow that comeback.
That's right. So I was also taking a look at the standings from the last cup and the players that we had there, right? So people that I would maybe expect to continue to do well or make it to the finals again for this cup would be that's an EMEA player, but Wigwug, who we were just mentioning, David Ace, and Robin Songs. So if you know again, we talked about Robin Song's preparation maybe not being too invested as invested as we would expect, but Darthnub was also in there, and so is Wajan. So I'm looking forward to hopefully these players also showing up and getting to the finals today. Otherwise, yeah, that's also why I kind of wanted to start here to see that maybe that juxtaposition for Robin Song's position here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can play 2 games and not have to prepare as intensively as everybody else,
Mm-hmm.
that's not necessarily something that should be held against you. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's great that he gets to play both games. Riftbound seems to be a lot of fun. I've only had a chance to try it a few times, and I haven't gotten around to building a deck. But I think that Vancouver regional looked really fun.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun. When I was there running into him, he was playing Rengar, so uh, I don't know much about that deck personally, but to come back to TFT, um, I would like to. We talked about the Anima comp a little bit, but is there anything that you think that is more of a safe place to go into these 2 games? Or safe comp
Yeah,
to start these 2 games off, yeah.
I would say that in the past day or two, Space Groove and the variety of ways that you can play around Space Groove have become much more optimized. and I would say that a lot of players will latch onto the space groove units that you can find in your opener,
Hmm.
especially when players are getting dropped 3 costs, whether that's from the portal, whether that's from their orbs. It means that there's a reasonable chance players are going to get Samira, going to get Ornn, and both of those units see a lot of success right now.
Hmm.
Samira, who for a large part of this set has been relegated to being um, like you used to only be able to play her around 2 tanky, or that was really just like the conventional wisdom.
Hmm.
Samira has been seeing much more success without necessarily even playing that much around the knockup that she provides, or that she synergizes with.
Hmm. And so with that, I would say that Ornn is someone that I had my eyes on a little unit that I had my eyes on a little bit earlier. It was feeling like a safe position for your early game, especially if you saw it. So good to know that that's still active and true. We are getting into our loading screen, so I'm gonna make sure that our broadcast link is set up for us there, and we'll, we'll get right into it. Here we go.
Yay, we are in for game one.
Hmm.
Do you have a favorite god?
I think Soraka is probably my favorite god. I love the boons that come from. I mean, I usually have to play around my health, pretty much, is what I'm saying. I'm outing myself here.
Okay.
But other than that, I like Ari also. What about you?
I would say that if I'm feeling really lazy, I like to play around Yasuo.
Hmm.
Uh, if you take 2 Yasuo hexes, a lot of the time you're pretty locked into a positioning. If you take 3, like you should just like let the rest of the game rip. Um,
Hmm.
you really don't like change your positioning much in the late game when you do have that. So it's very funny to sort of like just do the econ part of your turn and watch the rest of the cards with it. We do have 3 cost drops for at least Wigwag. Um, I don't know where the misfortune was hiding over on the right side of the bench. This does mean that I'd like to take a look around and see if anybody did get Samira or maybe a different 3 cost that they're looking to optimize their game around.
Yeah, let's take a look here. So, I do see a Kaisa for Cam. Cool. Another Kaisa for Prest event. Oh, and an Ornn for dish soap.
I think these are looking like some really favorable openers. I also see players playing around Arbiter, picking up Zoe's, and Leona printing is definitely one of the dominant strategies here in the B patch.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, 2 tanky straight away from dish soap. It's true that 2 tanky used to be the sort of like the only way to play Samira, play around Space Groove, but it synergizes well with the way that Space Groove has been changed, has been buffed, and now I basically see players not stick to 3 Space Groove, but just play more Space Groove units. Like having 2 Samiras is really nice.
Mm-hmm. So we're also going to see the Serpent as our Stargazer constellation here. How do you feel about this constellation? Is it something that you would try to run Stargazer for?
I think that this is typically one of the more powerful Stargazer constellations in the game. I don't necessarily think that it's something you would slot in just because you happen to be playing Samira and you have a like there is a way to fit Stargazer in.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you could do with a Stargazer emblem, and I haven't seen any of our players pick emblem augments yet,
Mm-hmm.
but that's one very useful emblem in the space group composition. That said, I also think it's just straight up quite good if you are playing Zaya. Maybe the best Zaya constellation.
Zaya is one of the units that if it's in the set, I'm intrigued to play it. Zaya and Lulu are usually ones that I will attach myself to.
I mean, I think Lulu is one of my favorite units this set. I did have a really disastrous contest situation
Mm-hmm.
playing Lulu yesterday, so she doesn't make me feel quite as optimistic today, but
Okay.
that's all right.
That's all right. So we did
A little
briefly
Anima
see
situation
Wigwag had
here.
the star guts, yeah, but it looks like they're gonna move into this Anima position. Yep. Awesome.
Um,
How do you feel about TF as the holder?
I think Wigwag is probably just going to move it off and try to play a little deception game here with the other
Mm-hmm.
players. Um, Realistically, like you just want to leave as little room as possible for someone else to notice that this is what you are doing with your early game, and
Mm-hmm.
open up a plan to stop you, because Anima is like relatively stoppable, at least in
And
the early game.
yeah, and because you can grab those units to contest, is that how you feel it's stoppable? Or
I just mean like full opening. I think that some
okay.
players tend to be less willing to full open later on in stage 2 when they're committed to something that's generating them value on their board, even if they are in a lost streak position. Like you'll see some lost streak players playing around printing Leonas, or they have units that they would like to hold for their stage 3 when they know they have to turn the bus around. But an Anima player who wants to be in freefall generally just gets outcompeted by someone who's willing to sell all of their units. It's just that selling all of your units then also leaves you in a really vulnerable position for the rest of the game.
Right. So don't think I saw a lot of these. Oh, Thresh. I actually was gonna say earlier that from your question that I also do like Thresh. It's just Gambas are sign a little bit too hard to resist every once in a while.
Yeah, I love gambling. Thresh. Somehow, I tend to feel disappointed by the boon that Thresh gives me, or
Mm-hmm.
like when I select the random buff or the random boon. Oh, there's a Samira. That's nice for Marcel. Um,
There is
I do tend to feel a little bit disappointed by that, but I don't think it's any matter because Thresh is just so fun.
mm-hmm. There is also the open spat available for Marcel here from this augment.
Yeah, I would say that Marcel wants this to be a Space Groove emblem. Um, it can be difficult to fit in 7 Space Groove because without the emblem, you normally need to hit a Blitzcrank,
Mm-hmm.
and that can be really difficult at level 7. But nonetheless, I think the emblem, which has been very good at various points in the set, really just helps you put another body on the board. It it improves the groove that Space Groove units go into, and that groove is, I think, what is really powerful about this composition. Um, the amount of health regeneration that you're able to get on your Ornn synergizes very, very well with the damage buffs that you are getting on your Samira or on your Nami. Oh,
Okay.
and there is another animal player.
Yes, and this one. So you were saying earlier about this 100 cash out. So we'll keep an eye around here. Oh, and it looks like we do have Wigwug doing that open and just saving the econ to maybe look for that Blitzcrank as early as they can with saving.
Yeah, I mean these two guys might be looking at each other. Prestimon's also in an interesting position. I feel like this could very well become a Nar spot where you ultimately end up printing Nars after slotting in 7 Meeple. And another thing that I would call out is being able to deny 3 Samiras out of the pool is going to have a big impact on whether the other players in the lobby are going to be able to hit the units that they are find so valuable for this composition.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out also with Festival then to see what happens here. Ego and Robin are going to be on these 100 win streaks with Ego on the timebreaker and Robin still with these two MFs, like you were saying, just playing duplicate uh, units. And it looks like we're swapping to the Nami here.
Yeah, this is really cool. Um, Playing around Misfortune does mean that you get so much flexibility with the kinds of carries you get to play. Because I think Robin just turned her from a challenger into, or from a conduit into a replicator. And this Nami is definitely a unit that I have more confidence in than maybe a 1 star Victor,
Hmm.
where I feel like 1 star Victor tends to leave a lot of opponents on quite low HP, but doesn't take them out very easily.
Okay, so we'll see. And they did also feel kind of, or at least confident enough to not move over those items yet. But leveling to 6, and we did finally get rid of that Victor to bring in some Shepherd. I also like Shepherd. I love anything that gives extra little guys on our board.
This is one of the best little guys they've ever made.
Mhm.
Um,
Agreed.
I think Bia and Bayan, I don't know what they are, but they're really cool. And we are going to get this 6 streak matchup. Both of our players here have hit 4 costs. Ego has the Ramus, and I'm a little concerned about the scaling damage that this Gnar is going to be able to put out with the Rage Blade attached. The front line is not lasting all that long for Robin Songs either,
Mhm.
so it's going to come down to the wire. And is Nami going to be able to tag the Gnar here?
The bubble damage did a little bit, and Robin is gonna take this for to continue with the win streak. Excited to see that. Happy for Robin there.
Yes, our very own Riftbound player, ignoring the over 10 sets of competitive experience he has.
Yes. Imagine. Okay, so also keep in mind that I've been working in the TFT esports broadcast scene for a while. I don't think I've met Robin in person until this weekend. He's a super nice guy. Introduced himself to me, and for a second, my brain just glitched. Was like, "Yeah, I know you," but obviously he doesn't know that. So I was like, "Oh yeah, hi, I'm. This is who I am." Um, and but yeah, super nice guy. He was really excited to be playing competitively in another game. But imagine you're going in as a TFT player and you just see Robin Song sitting across from you in your Riftbound game. You're like, I feel like this shouldn't be happening.
um, yeah, I mean, that sounds like an awesome experience. I will say, I think Millennium Fox got his win streak snapped,
Hmm.
and my odds are that it was by Wigwag because it doesn't. Wait,
Yeah, it looks like
sorry,
that
I
was.
must be confused. The lost streak was snapped. The lost streak might have been snapped at the end of last stage, and it might have been, in fact, snapped by Wigwag.
Okay.
Not something we'll be able to see at this point, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Just checking out who these are people are losing to.
Wigwag may or may not be home free with the Anima then. Um, I would say that without having any extra HP, whether that's from Tiny Titans, whether that's from Anima Commander, or from
Mhm.
Soraka giving you a boon, I feel like Wigwag is in a position where I feel like he's really going to need to try to kill some units in order to avoid being at very low HP when he cashes out.
Mhm.
So, by the current pace of his Anima, I think he may be able to reach. He will be able to reach 400 for sure by the end of this stage. That might leave him with maybe 15 HP to play around. And then if that Anima is bad, like if the cash out is not something he feels comfortable using, my question is he going to have the HP to play around in order to try to play for the 500 cash out?
Oh, see, this is something that I super love to see during the competitive weekends is what circumstances lead into going from 300 to 500. So we'll try and keep an eye on Wigwag towards the end of this stage to see how confident they're feeling and uh, what kind of HP they're looking at. Because I would be scared again, having to play around my HP, and I. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought we were still here. But I would like to see how this board develops towards the end of the stage.
Yeah, I think I would say that the base level that I think Wigwag would accept is the 400 cash out. The 300 cash outs have been substantially nerfed, and I think that because they only offer you those sort of like if the 100 cash outs are tier 1, the 300 cash outs only offer you tier 2. Like those would be like the rocket blast or the tentacle slam, and the tentacle slam is really the only one that players would want to accept from this tier of cash out. So I think the players really are looking for the cash outs that are at 400 or above when you're spending your entire first two stages lost streaking in order to reach that point.
Hmm. So really quickly on Dish Soap's board there, we did see the Vex come in. So I'll be excited to see that and taking a look at this Aurora here on Millennium Fox.
Oh, this is really interesting to me. Um, Cashing out the guiding hex and then playing around this reroll angle is something that I don't see so frequently, but I'm interested to see how it performs.
Yeah, we also have the Morgana on board here, but we're not gonna have any items for her just yet. But I am a little bit, I guess, worried about how... Oh, no, I'm not. We should be fine here. I was gonna say I'm a little worried about our front line, but I forgot that we had two stars, so not the most vulnerable position that we could be in.
Yeah. I would say my hypothesis, if we're willing to call it that, is that even though it's really fun to have these, oh, we have a battle bunny crossbow. Seems pretty acceptable to me.
Uh-huh.
I think Wigwug may be most happy to play around Zaya here, and he is already going to see one or two of them.
Yep, definitely already seeing the one that's on the board. And we see a Jin pick it up. Oh, would we have any room for the Jin if we just decide to play it?
Absolutely. I think Jin fits into the Samira slot already. Even if Samira is level 2, I would say that the Jin is preferable.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, we also have the Stargazer emblem that we've been holding for much of the game. And I think that it's really valuable to be able to play an extra unit by virtue of having this emblem.
Mm-hmm.
Jax isn't all that. And because we reforged Anima into Meeple, I think that we are skipping some of the Meeple frontliners, but I think we would have a reason to play around Rammus and some of those other Meeple tanks.
Yeah, so we don't have, I don't think we have any Ramesses right now, but we could always move that around. We are sitting on a pair of our Ornn and a pair of the Nunus, and we did move that Jin in. So hopefully... Woo!
Oh!
It was
Oh
enough.
my god!
It was enough. I was scared. And we're gonna get Prismatic to finish off this lobby.
Yeah, the sword overflow is, as far as I can tell, that's really clutch for Wigwug.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to slam some items right now, a third item for this Saya, is so important. And ultimately, we are looking for the Infinity Edge that synergizes so well with the Battle Bunny crossbow. But
Mm-hmm.
as of right now, I think the Deathblade is something that we are going to be very happy with.
Okay, and then speaking of Rammus, and Meeples, we have a Meeple board over here from Ego. I don't think this is what we started off with. This must have happened very recently.
Oh, I think this may have been what we started off with.
Was
I
it?
think when we saw Ego at the start of stage 3,
Uh-huh.
um, he was about to fight Robin, and he's about to fight Robin again. He was carrying this Gnar 1 with a Rage Blade.
Oh,
So
that's
I think
right.
this is something that he's been interested in playing for the entire game,
Mm-hmm.
and actually has uh, took these lesser champion duplicators and is looking to use them in order to try to print Nard 3.
It does look like that, but Robin, or like, yeah, Robin earlier was take strong enough to take that win, and is going to be strong enough to take that win again. Wigwug also won out from there, so let's check out Millennium Fox, who looks like they're going for the Alawi 3. Picking up another.
Yeah, Ilawi and Aurora, I feel like this Kais is really hard to make, and that's why we're not going to make it. Millennium Fox does upgrade the Aurora 3. I'm still hesitant to call this spot a comfortable one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really concerned that this is, we have yet to fight Wigwug, and we could be one life if this goes really poorly. So that's what we're coming up against right now.
Okay, Wigwug did not find a crit glove to make that IE, but it's still going to be looking pretty strong here. Yeah.
Yeah. Millennium Fox is alive, but not by a whole lot. 2 HP is not so much to work with right now.
Yeah, not. I mean, uh, yeah. And not a lot of econ either to look for that Alawi.
Yeah, I
Unfortunate.
think I would say like I don't know how strong Millennium Fox is, and I also don't have any confidence that he can become stronger than Wigwug.
Mm-hmm.
So in my mind, it's a matter of time. And the one hope that I would have in this kind of position is that I hit Alawi 3, and then I can be stable for like a stage, and in that stage, someone or maybe two people are having a bad enough time that they might end up going eighth, and I
Mm-hmm.
can go seventh, or 7-8, and I can go sixth.
Oh, I think that was it. We will hit the Alawi 3 over here. Taking a look at Wigwug's spot, I would have to agree with you that I think he is still going to be the stronger of the two, but they're not paired to match up into each other. Let's see who Millennium Fox gets. Oh no! Robin with the Sona on board as well.
Robin looks poised to get to level 9 here. I
Yeah.
think that Sona is really formidable, but I would trust Ilawi and Aurora to be able to do at least something against this board right now. Like, Sona might have a really hard time killing this Ilawi. I think, yeah, gonna survive at least one more turn.
So that was the best scenario for Millennium, right? To catch Robin right before 9, before in the middle of like this semi-weak transition board.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would also say if we could take one more peek back at Wigwug
Yeah.
and try to look at the hex that he received on his board. Wow. Wigwug and Robin actually both received really, really good hexes from the third Thresh boon, which, was just fully random.
Mm-hmm.
Um, this Storm Hex is so good on Jin, and Robin hadn't yet built anti-heal either, so I believe that is a solar hex, and that's providing 15% extra magic damage as well as that burn. Uh, these guys are both getting really good stuff from the random value that they've received.
Okay, it looks like it was a storm hex. Yeah.
Storm, yeah, I think Storm for Wigwug, and then maybe Solar for Robin.
Yes.
I also do want to see Cam spot because I think he was in a really tough. He had a tough go of it
Mm-hmm.
at the start of from the last stage towards this stage, and then was able to stabilize with this Master Yi board. But my understanding is that Master Yi is not like a top tier composition right now. So maybe Cam can find some positioning advantages that help him stay in the game, but it seems like it might be a really big challenge against few of our high rolling players.
I'm gonna be distracted a moment to do some social media stuff.
I think
And
that's
we want to
allowed. We
see,
saw a
yeah,
wonderful roll down from Robin.
yeah. and we wanted to check out Cam, so let's see where we're at here.
Four Brawlers, four Marauders, and four Novas has always been a very good spot for this composition. And I would also say that uh, this itemization spot
Mm-hmm.
seems to be really good. Like, I don't think we have any really wasted items, so to speak. Another really strong thing for Kim is that he was able to pull the Ornn to the other side with this positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Will we see Master Yi go straight across through the backline? I think that is the goal. That
Yep.
Ornn looks mighty tempting,
Jin is
but I think
down.
Master Yi, he just gets focused.
Yeah. Can Kindred pull the rest of this off? No.
Not quite. There's a lot of like hidden scaling on this Samira. If Dishop has 5 Space Groove, every second that those Space
Mhm.
Groove units spend in the groove gives them stacking AD and AP. That can make such a really big difference. It's why you'll see Samira go toe to toe with other like late game carries at the end of the fight.
Yeah. And so Dish Soap was kind of close to that Samira 3, if I remember. Had the two stars on bench and then the 1 star or in on board and the 1 star on bench. A little worried about that too. And if Wigwag goes out, that puts Samira's in the pool here. Oh, we're
Yeah,
following Dish
Marcel
Soap, I
also
guess.
Marcel also playing the Space Groove composition
Mm-hmm.
had the emblem, but doesn't seem to be able to put up a fight against this Ornn. This Ornn looks really intimidating.
Prestovant gonna go down to Wigwag here. Apologies for not looping back to Prestovant. We didn't get to see what his final state was. But sitting on a pair of Jins here, looking for that Tom or that Jin would be nice.
Yeah, I think Wigwag's also really playing against Dish Soap in a way, still holding on to that Samira, has those 3 Orns on the board, and by contesting those units in at least a soft manner, I think it makes a really big difference to slowing down Dish Soap, removing his chances of having a high cap with a broken composition, and making sure that your lost streak position is one that you can carry to a victory.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Looks like Cam out in 5th and Marcel in 6th.
Yep.
So I guess I would say 5th is a pretty good result for Master Yi.
Mm-hmm.
Not what he used to be though.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising for me to hear as well. It used to be, or because I had to skip the last cup, right? So the meta that I remember would be Master Yi and Fiora kind of coming out on top into more of these top 4 positions. And so excited to see how that has changed and what this Samira 3 can do for Dish Soap.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Uh, well, this is the matchup that I feel like we've been building up to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Wig was going down this time, but Dishop did just hit the Samira 3, did also move those items around, and I think his item quality in the backline is looking really good. The Samiras are churning out damage, juggling units for one another, but there's plenty of damage on the other side as well. This fight's not close.
No, no, it was not. And I thought that we would be in a better position here with the Jin 2. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Wigwag's Jin 2 does look pretty scary. Um, there are so many Jins out of the pool as well, and
Mm-hmm.
you can see Wigwag denying yet another one away from Dish Soap, denying another one away from Ego.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, it's gone now, but had been denying it.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
I'm not sure if this Nar is stronger than Samira, but he certainly is one of the surprises of this patch. Have you had a chance to see him in action yet?
I have not besides this game, so I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is already a top 4 for the NAR 3.
I feel like this is a composition that really helps if you have good vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you there's some controversy about whether or not you are able to spend time with that composition rolling on level 6. Most of the time when you are chasing a 2 cost carry, it is going to be on level 6. But I feel like this is a composition that really wants to get to level 7 or level 8 as quickly as possible. Play around those 4 meeples or 7 meeples
Mm-hmm.
and print the extra NARs that you need. But it can be really challenging to get there. However, I do find Nar really fun to watch, really fun to play. I'm glad that he's seeing some love here.
3 upgrades in a row, 4 in a row for Robinson's gonna have a bit of a stronger board, although Dish Soap is gonna hit that Orn 3 as our main front line with another Sun Orn on the side. Actually, let's see
Yeah,
the Wigwag play.
I guess this will be part of the tale of who gets to win out this lobby. Is Wigwag going to be able to defeat Robin here? Robin has so many units itemized, and so many of them are high quality units because he has that level 10. The Zaya is doing plenty of damage, but Sona and Bard have scaled quite a bit.
Holy moly!
With a Bard 2, I could see Robin winning this fight. Feel like it's not crazy to say that.
Mm-hmm. Uh, okay, yeah. So Wigwag gonna continue rolling down and put this Shen 2 in. I love to play Shen. Um, I also like units that bring things in that I can move around, like the sword here. I like playing mini games in TFT.
I agree. The mini games are a lot of fun. Uh, in this matchup, I think having a Shen 2 is a tremendous buff. This is the fastest I've seen an Ornn 3 die.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he doesn't seem like he's posing that much of a threat. Yeah. Just so I hyped him up a little bit. I hyped this composition up a little bit, but it's not standing up to the Anima cash out.
Okay, and Dish Soap also did not stand up to the Bard, the 2-star Bard coming online now for Robin. So I don't think I had Wigwag going in a position to be contending for first here, but it looks like that's where we're at.
Yeah, it goes to show the power of the Anima cash out for one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I will say I feel like Wigwag made very good economical decisions
Mm-hmm.
with the components that he was provided. Um, I think it's reasonable to play around the Quicksilver and not the Infinity Edge as well.
Mm-hmm.
Quicksilver giving attack speed really helps with Zaya. I'm not sure if Infinity Edge is the worst option, but his willingness to slam Quicksilver struck me as something that was really quite important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Ornn doesn't quite stand up to Robin's board either. So, tough break for Dish Soap.
Yeah. Gonna see Dish Soap fall in the third, while Wigwag and Robin Songs are gonna be our top 2 for the first lobby of Anima Cup today.
I would say third place is not bad if you are planning to knock it day one. Um, I think Dish Soap is off to a good start in that respect.
Yeah.
And Captain Riftbound, CTG Robin Songs.
Yeah.
Can he make a stand against Anima on the day of the Anima Cup?
I think that would be. Oh, man. I think I want to go with the narrative of Anima winning, right? Because that would be fun. for the theme. But I do think it would also be quite funny to skip a weekend of compete in another game, come back and take a first in the first game.
Absolutely. I feel like Robin's Blitzcrank did not necessarily get a lot of value this fight, and Wigwag's Blitzcrank is looking really good. Um, Bard got the cast off, but got shredded as soon as the front line disappeared. Again, I won't say that it's like completely unwinnable,
Mm-hmm.
but it is looking more and more difficult. And Wigwag with the cash out from Tom Kench
Mm-hmm.
is maybe just a few gold short of getting to level 9 or getting to level 10. So I guess we're going to spend a little bit of money. Hmm.
Yeah, and it looks like Robin rolled all the way down. I'm not too sure what he was looking for.
Well, I believe he did slot in a. Was this Victor always here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if it was this Victor or not. Seems new to me.
Oh. Oh, the Blitzcrank of Wigwag found its way into the back line. It's on
Yeah.
top of the Sona, and I think he's gonna be yeah, that might be the end right there.
Yeah,
Really well played
okay.
from Wigwag.
Wigwug is gonna walk away with this game one, and we took a look at their player card earlier. Let's take another look at it and fill in some of the stats with our imagination.
I would say, like, the crown stats 0 times qualified, best run none. I think Wigwag is looking like he has the form to change that story.
Yeah, I think so. I would also like to see their best run with maybe a win. That would be fun.
That was an awesome first lobby to start the day. I will say that Anima Cashouts had a 4.5 average placement that game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Millennium Fox was sort of on the other end of the stick there, and I feel like a lot of the time that's going to be inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see someone try to play around something like the Guiding Hex, that tier 2 cash out that we were talking about earlier, where you only get like an item that's tailored for one of these anima units. And in my mind, that these are items that like can really see a lot of shine design wise, but they haven't so far. And I feel
Mm-hmm.
like the reason is just that the effect they have is a little understated relative to the amount of commitment that you have to put in order to get there. Like Wigwag got to 400, and he got an item that, because he was able to play around it, because he was able to build items around it, a carry to
Mm-hmm.
hold the Battle Bunny crossbow, he really had a straight shot at first place. But for Millennium Fox, he was similarly constrained into playing around this Aurora by the spot that he was in and the cash out that he received. But it just wasn't the same kind of pizzazz
Yeah,
for that
definitely.
anima cash out.
Definitely wasn't. I'll take us to the standing screen that I have available. It's not completely updated, but we are gonna get our invite to our next lobby, which we're gonna be sticking with the lobby 4 that we saw earlier, just because it's easier to maintain those 2 games back to back before we move on and see different lobbies once they've reshuffled.
Yeah, I think a lot of our placements.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I think a lot of our placements really are in. It might be Bruh and Deleted who are contesting 1-2 in the final lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I would say Deleted is being the one of 2 players from Latin America currently in the TPC. I think it would be interesting to see either him or Michael make a run. That being said, uh, Mike Hill hasn't been off to the greatest start in this particular TPC with a second place at the start of the day,
Hmm.
or not a second, in a seventh place.
Yeah, I will. Oh man. Um, Sorry. Three things going on at once. We are in the lobby. Ready checks have not started. And then I'll take this over just so that we can make sure that we know what those lobbies look like. Yeah. And then I'll bring us back to cams until we've got our game ready. So we're Yep, admins are talking to the game. Some of these players have a little bit of difficulty with their overlay, so we might be delayed a few minutes here. But I'm going to, I think I'll throw us to a break really quickly just so I can get this gal social stuff sorted out, and then we'll come back when the game is started.
Thank you so Okay, sounds good.
Hello, we're back.
Hi there.
So,
Um, so sorry. We got a prismatic augment last this game. How do you feel about that?
I'm happy
Why,
about
why
that.
is why is everybody defeated on the overlay? We got a spoiler. Wigwag wins again.
Uh, yes. spoiling Wigwag wins again. It just saved uh, from the last layout, unfortunately. So that's cool. We're back. Um, Running it back with a prismatic ending, I am excited about that. I do like to see them first because I do like to see the competitive players with ultimate resources and seeing how that plays the lobby out. But last is okay too. At least they'll know about it. And how do you feel as a player that will impact your journey to the last augment?
Hmm. I think that there are a few ways that this could play out. I think in the Darkstar Cup, I believe it was Weijin who was able to take Call to Chaos, receive two of the tactician's items like the pan or the spat, and then make 10 Darkstar, or make it to 9 Darkstar with level 10, rather. So I feel like having those prismatic augments last, guaranteed, means that you can play around specific prismatic augments like that, or like the prismatic version of the Earth's bag, where you get the spatula and the three random components.
Mm-hmm.
Those are things that could really help cap out a composition in ways that, if you don't think about it, you're not going to expect. And we do have prismatic first.
Okay, I'm excited about that. Um, can the math work that even if it's already going to be a prismatic ending, that we could see Priz for all three? Hmm?
I think that if that's the case, like the underlying augments would have to, like my understanding of how it works is that you are going to get like, you have like an underlying set of augments which can be triple priz,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have an overlaying portal
Mm-hmm.
which sometimes sets a specific augment value. Um, that I don't know. Maybe that means we can have three prizzes. Three prizzes is always a crazy dynamic though.
I think that would be super fun.
Um, Disoap already has Space Groove and Darkstar. I feel like those are two wonderful options to play around in this current patch.
Mm-hmm. We did. You were mentioning Space Groove earlier in the broadcast where we were predicting like a safe kind of composition to start with. I personally like Darkstar a lot too. I like the execute function. It kind of makes me feel stronger than I am, but that's just me. So I'm excited to see if Dish Soap continues on that line. Woo!
Yeah, one of the things that
Sorry, I
are
just
you
like to
excited
see
about the
Stargazer. Yeah.
are you excited about the mountain? I'm excited about the mountain too.
Mhm.
I think that this, I mean, like this Stargazer is one of the coolest things I think they've ever done.
Mhm.
Just in terms of trait design, in my opinion, it's a bit of a shame that we only get to see this so often. But I guess that also makes it a little bit more exciting when we do see it. The mountain design is just really fun, and that's something that has, you know, it's a Stargazer that I'm really bad at playing. So
Mhm.
you know it's exciting because I love it even though I suck at it.
Mhm.
That's what I wanted to say.
And I'm not. I mean, yeah, I would feel like that's my experience playing TFT most of the time. Was that I love this comp, or I would love to be able to play it in a more fulfilling way. But for me, playing it alone is pretty fulfilling. So that's that's fun to see as well. Checking out Millennium here, who already has an Arbiter, and is gonna go with the mana.
Yeah, my inclination is to say that this Arbiter option very infrequently rewards you with gold. So I would say that like in the event that you get gold at all from this, it's most impactful here in stage 2, where Millennium Fox is looking for any way to reach the next econ interval with hedge fund. And that could be really impactful if, for example, this is a fight where that's possible.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
Not quite.
yeah. Let's see what
But
these.
I do also have to point out,
Uh,
before we go away from Millennium Fox, that I think he also has a champion duplicator as
yep.
part of his opener. So this might be a situation where he gets to go to level 9 and have that as insurance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whichever level 9 whichever 5 cost carry he intends to go for, that's one way that he could end up playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Another option is if maybe you see something like Epic Roll Down and you already have this hedge fund, then on 4-1 or 4-2, when you are rolling to stabilize with 4 costs, you could just go straight for a 3-star 4 cost.
What would you say is the your favorite or your strongest forecast if you were to 3-star one right now?
I wish I could tell you I
Uh,
have like 150 to 200 games of the set. I
mm-hmm.
don't think I've 3-starred a single forecast. I've tried so many times, I cannot remember the last time I've seen one. And I don't even know if I can give you a power ranking of them.
Okay. Well, let's see if these players have anything in mind. Maybe we'll get this question answered later on. Robin is going to start off with that Space Groove as well, going up against Dish Soap here.
Yeah, I would say this Mogul's Mail is a really wonderful item to see out of Forged in Strength. It suits your playstyle very well when you're able to just when you're able to lost streak from this position with the extra gold generation, and you know that at the end of the day you're also receiving a bonus of 3 more artifacts.
Yeah, I would love to see the or so with the artifacts. Can you remind me if you get to choose those ones or those are the random ones?
These are the random ones. I think you're making a gamble that when you're playing around something like Orin and Samira,
Mhm.
you are likely to see at least 1 or 2 of those artifacts as like good artifacts. Very rarely can you get all 3 to be useful unless you have like a lot of reforgers.
Okay. Not. I didn't see any reforgers out yet, so we'll loop back there. And we have a buy on board.
Yeah, very excited. Love this little guy.
Mhm.
Um, Prestiman's off to a 5 streak with flexible. That's not necessarily like a small feat.
Mhm.
I think it has a lot to do with finding some synergy here with Talon and the Dark Stars. Um, and then I would also say like, Darkstar as a trait tree has a lot of good emblems that you could get to follow up with. So I feel like Precedent's game is really looking up from this position.
Yup. Especially starting off with this streak, we'll hopefully get to see these two fight. And we're seeing an early mech. Do you ever get baited by the mech?
What do you mean baited?
I guess I mean, so what I mean is that when I see a direction um, early, is that I would fall into it. I would see the Galio and I was like, okay, this is a sign that I should go into a mech.
I see. So you're saying like I want to play the mech as the main tank, like solo frontline in the mecha
Mm-hmm.
form.
Mm-hmm. It's
I get you.
yeah, because I don't have a upgraded frontline, right? We're just hanging out with this Alawi, which is giving us Shepherd. But yeah, that's kind of where I was at.
I would say like it's just good to have an idea what your final composition is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
Having an early mech might be a great way to get to that point, but you don't want to compromise too much what your final board should look like for, I guess, what you have now. And fortunately, like, you can also demech the mech if
Yeah.
that's something that you need to do later. Like, for example, right now, I don't think it's necessarily bad if Precedent wants to play around the mech in that way. Like, mecha form the mighty mech.
Hmm.
And then he's also going to have that cryo hex, which is very useful for that mech in the solo frontline position. But then later on, if you're like, later on, if Precedent is playing around 6 Darkstar, I really don't think it makes any sense to have that solo frontline positioning anymore, because you have those 2 extra like Darkstar black holes that you get to add to your frontline.
Okay. Sorry, my cats are yelling in the background.
You're
Taking a
good.
look here. Camberlian dish soap. What did I miss? That Okay, Robin Song's the UI is a little bit different for me unless this is not actually a streak and this is part of the menu or map, which I think it is. Um,
Interesting.
yeah.
Um, well, I think Cam might be able to overcome Dressop here, but this Jax, 2-star Jax with Space Groove emblem, has proven so tanky. And despite Cam being on a win streak here, yeah, it's a slim margin of victory for Dish Soap.
Hmm.
And I think that puts Cam in a really devastating position, because he really doesn't have like a whole lot of stuff left, a whole lot of stuff left in the economy.
Hmm. Yeah, and sitting with these jinx on the board, and or yeah, you've just got gold on your bench. And we still have our rerolls for free, so you think that we'll probably be using this at the end of the stage, right?
Yeah, I feel like, wait, Prestiman just got another Darkstar emblem? This
Check
game,
PayPal?
this game's really something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for it. But that is a bit curious.
Uh, Cam's gonna put an end to the win streak, and that's maybe a relief for the rest of the lobby. It means he's
Hmm.
not gonna, Prestiman's not gonna have as much momentum to get to those 6 Darkstar boards, but I would not complain about having 2 Darkstar emblems out of your branching out plus, and your flexible.
So we have Yasuo offering a Starlight Hex. Where does that fall in your tier list of hexes to get from Yasuo? I know that you liked the Storm earlier. What do you feel about Starlight? It's the
I want to
mana
say that
one.
this is one of the less impactful hexes. I feel like some of the time a solar hex is better than an anti-healing item.
Hmm. Okay.
I feel like most of the time acceleration hex enables a unit that wants to attack a lot to build at least one less attack speed item. The Starlight Hex is the most flexible hex, where you could put it in the front line if you really didn't have a backliner that wanted to use it.
Hmm.
But to me, it feels like the one that gives you the least actual value from the thing, like from actually having a hex and taking a hex. So in that way, like the opportunity cost, I guess it's higher. If you felt compelled to take another item component, for example, I feel like that a lot of the time that feels as like a valid choice.
Hmm. I am seeing that on our overlay, there's that 7 of 9 stuck by Kambuli's name. I'm not too sure what that's about on the overlay side, but we are sticking here with Millennium, just because of this econ that we have available. I don't want to miss it, so we're staying here for a bit. But we can check out Marcel in the meantime, who is running this Lulu. Cora, if you're out there, just know that Marcel is playing the Lulu. W.
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 Uh, I think the 7 out of 9. Those are like, that's reroll. Like how many copies Cam has on the way to
Yeah, but
Rek'Sai
why
3.
is it stuck? Why is the overlay stuck like that?
I don't know. You don't have a choice not to see it, I guess.
Okay, yeah,
You
we're just
must
gonna see
know
it
that he's
forever.
about to hit Rek'Sai.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on the gold over there for Millennium. Oh, okay. So just going to 7 here. Where were those rolls? I think Fest event had.
I think
No.
Cam had some rolls. I think Cam
Yeah.
may or may not be spending them. And this is like, this Primordian reroll is something that I am interested in. Because it's different than it used to be. Now you're playing around Akali, you're playing around Jinx. Um, but I don't know anything about the power level of this comp. I think a lot of the time I see it when you have like um, an exalted adventure,
Hmm.
and you're able to hit like Akali and Jinx. But playing this comp for its own merits, I'm not really so sure about. In particular, like I'm not sure which of the artifact items empower this composition to become stronger. So that's something that I will look forward to. Currently, Cam
Sorry.
does have a sniper's focus, but
Yep.
I'm not necessarily sure how powerful I should expect that Jinx to be, for example.
So Millennium Fox, yes, we'll look back to the Jinx in a moment, but we're gonna fight Robinson's Jinx as well. But Millennium Fox, in the meantime, did level all the way to 8 and get the Blitzcrank on board, as well as this Aurelian Soul. So we're not gonna complete the mech just yet, um, but we're gonna have some stuff out.
That's our 10th loss. We do have another Prismatic Augment coming up here, and I want to know what Millennium Fox is looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of the time in this position, I end up wanting to click something like the Call to Chaos. But now we take Hold the Line, and this is an augment that I don't know if I love it in this spot, but we've got it and we're gonna roll with it.
We are gonna roll with it. Looking for upgrades here. I thought maybe we would. Okay, we've got now a pair of Nunus, which is good, and our front line's gonna be stronger. So, what are we? Oh man, not too
Something
much
about
to
this
not to
just
look
doesn't.
for. Mm-hmm.
I feel like this just doesn't strike me as a board that we took hedge fund to get.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Like we should be
this
stronger,
feels like
right?
yeah, this feels like a board like some people are going to hit this in your average game with like a gold econ augment, or like maybe even a silver econ augment or two. I think that makes it feel like it's not quite as valuable, but Millennium Fox does have that powerful hold the line augment as well, so that could make a big difference.
Oh, sorry. We're also gonna see Wigwag push out a Diana 3. I haven't seen too much of Diana lately. Is there is she just like making a comeback, or is this is just where we're at because of our arbiter and challenger position for Wigwag?
I would love to have a look at what our arbiter situation is. That seems like it's pretty good for Diana, and I think the other part of this that Wigwag was committed to was like the first artifact that he received was the Zonias.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one makes a lot of sense to play Diana around, And then Misfortune also really benefits from some of the artifacts, especially Dawncore. So I think that this was a reasonable choice to go for the Misfortune board, even though none of the artifacts actually did have a chance to end up on Misfortune.
Okay. We do see a storm hex come from Yasuo's offering. Did you remember seeing anyone who could particularly benefit from a storm hex right now?
Hmm. I guess I would say like this is really going to benefit players who have well, really like late game, 5 cost units that they are able to play around.
Mm-hmm.
Jin in particular is a unit that strikes me as being able to use this very well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure I see anyone reaching for that just yet. But yeah, I mean like Dissoap with this setup, I guess he's using the Starlight Hex currently for Nami and doesn't necessarily have a unit that would use the Storm Hex very, very well.
Is Graves gonna pick that up?
I
Or
suppose
yeah,
so.
I think so. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we do see a 2-star Bard on the other side for Millennium Fox as well. Looking pretty
That's a really big
optimized.
pickup.
Yeah. And here's the
Um,
ship.
could we see if Millennium Fox has something like which of the hexes that Bard might be standing on?
It looks like that's the storm one also, right?
That's the Storm Hex, yeah.
Yeah.
Millennium Fox did not take the Starlight Hex. I think this makes sense, but it's really nice to hit this Bard too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Bard is definitely on one of the end game boards that people find really consistent right now. The Fast 9 APs. And I feel like to be in this situation where you upgrade Bard is also so valuable because I think you're just happy to get the extra econ from this unit
Mm-hmm.
because you had to roll so deep on level 8 in order to stabilize that, having this board does actually get you to that level 9, gives you access to Sona and Blitzcrank and Vex if you want her.
Mm-hmm. To update our Dark Star board here, um, we haven't found a Jin, I don't believe. But we're looking pretty okay. We did just lose this fight, but what are your thoughts about how Prestivan is piloting Darkstar right now?
Um, to me, this looks like we didn't have a great chance to take an econ augment,
Mm-hmm.
and we do get econ from our treasure dragon. That could be really helpful as we look for something like the Acel 2. Um, and I guess my inclination is to say that Pressman is doing the best he can with a very limited set of units.
Mm-hmm.
He's sort of been incentivized to play around the Victor, and the Victor has held him over for at least part of stage 4, but it's a subpar option. It basically was a subpar option last stage, and it's looking even more rough this stage. So it's gonna have to come up with something. And the sniper is really good, but it would be much better if he had a Jin to go with it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we do see a Vex on the board for Ego that is going to get itemized here. And we're going to finish putting items on the Graves who is standing in that Storm Hex.
Yeah, this Diana is giving me anxiety. She's so close to Vex,
Yeah.
and because she has the Zonias, she could find her way onto Vex, but she doesn't just yet.
Mm-hmm. And there she
Oh,
is.
I fear that's gonna
Wow.
leave Ego on 1 life.
Yep.
Really tough spot to be in.
And it was looking so good too. So here we want to find Blitzcrank 2 would be cool. But so would Fiora, right? Something to give us a little more use out of these items. Oh no.
I want to say Fiora is the priority, but nonetheless, I can't imagine that she's that strong. And I think it actually makes a lot of sense to move away from the Graves.
Mm-hmm.
We only have Thieves' Gloves for him, and
Mm-hmm.
at this point, trying to upgrade a one-star Graves without reliable items
Mm-hmm.
seems like it's really not a good use of our gold when we could upgrade another legendary unit. But on that roll down, we didn't find any more legendary units. That means that Vex is going to have to do so much work for us, and she's doing plenty of work against Dish Soap's Nami 1, but the rest of Dish Soap's board has so many stats coming from all of these Stargazer emblems that it's lights out for Ego.
Yes, it is gonna be lights out for Ego. That's super unfortunate for his position, but Marcel P is gonna bring this Melio 3-star in now. And we're gonna take a look at Prest event to see, yep, we did pivot off of the Victor into the mech, which we were kind of talking about as an option to get stronger here without the Jin. And I don't know. Hopefully, I think this should be okay depending on who we're into. It's gonna be Camberley. That's a lot of gold on that side.
Yeah, a lot of 3-star units. And the Akali with the Rascal's Gloves could also do quite a bit of damage here without Radiant Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Rek'Sai for Cambuly has survived a long time, but is going to fall down to this Aesol cast. I don't know if Jinx can get the job done, though. She does.
She
Precedent will live,
does.
but Jinx wins the fight.
We did have to say goodbye to Marcel P there. I'm not sure that Millennium's going to be able to do much with the amount of gold that he has. Oh, but this is a nice looking shop. Gonna be able to 2-star the Blitzcrank as well.
Yeah, Blitzcrank, so valuable. I think this positioning does become a little bit awkward, really just because of the way that Millennium Fox positioned this Cryo Hex.
Mm-hmm.
Placing this Cryo Hex behind the dummy made a little bit of sense before we took our third augment, but now it just means that like Blitzcrank's in a really awkward position where, you know, he doesn't necessarily give you a buff and he sort of takes one away by virtue of having to put him here. Um, this fight, I would say Millennium Fox in general has the much more powerful board, but the positioning did look a little bit suspect there. At least one unit found its way into the back line, and if it was a different unit, fight could have gone a lot worse. So I feel like Millennium Fox has to stay sharp and make sure that this very formidable front line actually does still block the units where it needs to, where it needs to.
Mm-hmm. Because we'll have those threats of, I think the Diana is still in here, the Akali that can just try and run into your back line. So definitely want to make sure that your front line is positioned well, as you mentioned. We are going to stick, Dish Soap is still online with this Graves, but still only seeing the one copy. And we'll see
It's
the
just so
first.
interesting to me.
Mhm.
So sorry. It's interesting to me that Dissoap is playing around a hex that isn't the mountain hex.
Yeah.
Like he's committed to having this Graves on his board, and for Graves to not be in the mountain hex. We're never gonna have a mountain emblem on the Graves.
Mhm.
Um, I guess I don't know. It's one of those things where I'd have to try to pick his brain about it because I don't quite understand the reasoning,
Mhm.
and I don't necessarily see why Graves couldn't just be in the hex where Riven is right now.
So what would, and when you're while you're saying that, would it be because just he's farther back, or to make Riven not have to run so far, or what's most confusing about that positioning?
I guess I just don't see a world where you would place the storm hex in such a way as to lock yourself out of
The
putting
Stargazer?
it on a like using a different unit with it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
And then like if you wanted to put the Stargazer emblem on, well, the you would want it to be in the Stargazer hex as well.
yeah.
Um, Ultimately, I trust why Dishop wants Riven maybe in the back row,
Hmm.
and then Graves would sort of block her, but
But she's
it
gonna
doesn't
run
seem
in
like
there.
yeah she's gonna run in there either way. So
Maybe.
we'll see if Cam's able to win here, or if Dishop's gonna stay alive.
Our Graves is still aligned and is now targeting that back line, so Jinx is gonna not be able to finish this up for Cam. But Robin Songs is also gonna fall to Millennium Fox, and that's gonna that's gonna round out our top three here.
Yeah, and in my mind, I feel like Millennium Fox is in a position where he's the one to beat.
Hmm.
Cam has been really just putting the hurt on a lot of people for the majority of the game,
Hmm.
but he really isn't that strong in terms of like this Primordian Challengers reroll. I feel like this board has a relatively low cap, despite the fact the artifacts are bringing up the power level quite a bit.
Okay, so I noticed our front line is really just our Rek'Sai here, and the Kindred is just gonna. Oh, okay. Millennium Fox does win that out and eliminate Dish Soap, so it's gonna be Cam and Millennium Fox here for the end. But I was saying, for the Nova buff here, that Kindred is just gonna be focusing on the shield for Rek'Sai, right? I think they're the strongest tank.
Um, I believe it's like the strongest could also technically be Maokai as a 3 item tank. Um,
Mm,
and the way that the logic works is that you can decide which one is the strongest by which one is last played when they have an equal number of items.
okay.
So I think it is probably the case that the Rek'Sai will get the shield, but like Maokai got shielded for a moment there, and it might very well be that that's a small optimization that hasn't necessarily been made. Uh, as far as I can tell, though, this fight is not close and will not ever be close because
Yeah.
Millennium Fox did manage to hit that bard, then get to level 9 and 10, and
Hmm.
cap out in a way that I think we'll be seeing a lot more of throughout this weekend.
I think so as well. So that was, yeah, that fight went a little bit as expected, but a little bit faster than I thought it would too. So we'll see. It looks like Wei game has also finished, so I'll check in on our scores here. See what we've got.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about the Cryo Hex is that in the late game, sometimes you just kill units through the Cryo effect,
Hmm.
where all throughout the game, this sort of freeze effect has led you to believe that this unit's healing will outpace the damage that's coming in. Not quite the case. There's a lot of damage coming in that frontline unit can just disappear even before the healing is finished.
Mm, it's not exactly what you would want.
That being said, it's still really valuable, and I admire Cam a lot for picking this line. Um, in a situation where it's not necessarily incentivized in any explicit way. The first
Hmm.
artifact that he received was the Indomitable,
Hmm.
which helped him through a large part of the game. But none of these artifacts jumped out to me like we're going to win the game or we're going to do a ton of damage to everybody with these challengers or with these two costs.
Hmm.
It really just ends up striking me as a situation where he was able to make the most out of a situation that he committed to with the Living Forge.
Yep, exactly. Let's take a look at these scores. We are waiting for Pocky, Michael, and Konda. So we mentioned earlier hoping to see some performance from Michael. Let's see if I can grab a stream from one of those point of views. But before we would head to a break here, I'd like to choose our next lobbies when they're available. So we might just have to wait for this to finish up. Let's see what I can put here.
Yeah, totally fine with me. I think Michael might be streaming. Well, I suppose they're all required to stream their perspectives.
Yeah. Which is good. I do love that as a on the side of broadcast. That is something I'm happy about. The only thing is that I'm not subscribed. I'm not subbed to all of these players, so I'll have to hop in and get some ads before we can actually see what else is going on there. That's a side effect. But mentioning a Prime sub, the Gal channel has our sub button now. If you would like to help out and make sure that we can continue these co-streams and continue the monthly tournaments that we have, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, if you are in chat, please definitely consider using that. I for one do have a Prime subscription, and I'm gonna listen to you. I don't know if I have it straight away, but yeah.
Pocky left the lobby, so that's awesome. Let's see what else from this lobby. Otherwise, if we can't find anybody, we'll just hit a break real quick and then come back with the games when we have them after choosing.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah, so I'll bring us here just for a second. We're gonna head into a break. We'll come back and see the standings going into games 3 and 4 with the update of what lobbies we'll also be hanging out with. So don't go anywhere. We should have game back in about 5 minutes. I'll see you soon. welcome back, Kimiko and Invective, back to bring you Game 3 of Anima Cup. We're gonna take a look at the standings really quick. And once we see these Invective, let me know if there's anything that's jumping out to you as a surprise, I think, for what we see so far in these first two games.
Yeah, well, I would say that our top two in the placements right now, Ladder Slayer and Brubber Brahu, are players. They're not players that people would typically expect to be taking the front of the field. And I guess what I would say right now about it is that, like, I'm really interested to see if they can continue this level of performance as they enter their next lobbies, as they enter the rest of the weekend. But this is still a really great start for those two players.
Yes, I am looking forward to seeing what they have for the rest of the day. Looking at our bottom side of the standings, Reddy and Quinn, I'll hope that they can make a little bit more of a performance in these next two games. And then we'll go ahead and take a look at the lobbies as well. We're gonna head into lobby 1 here. We'll see Ladder Slayer, Wigbug, Equation, Darth Nub, Fossil Skills, Crazy Cat, Me First or Eighth, and Quint. So taking a look at the top and bottom of our standings pretty much going into these next lobbies.
Yeah, as well as, that sort of polarization of the standings, I do also feel like these have some of the best recent tournament performances, or this lobby has some of the best recent tournament performances with Wei Jin and Darth Noob. And I am interested to see what they have to bring to the table. I think that Wei Jin did a lot to popularize Space Groove, as well as like the optimizations for Space Groove this week, via his stream. And I think that part of that is like, a lot of the time, it's not intuitive to play one extra Space Groove unit instead of a separate trait. But right now, on level 7, it can be really valuable to play either like the Teemo that you've been putting on your board for this entire game, as well as just one Bastion. So you have six Groove plus one Bastion. Or I think the even better option is usually having two Samiras who do synergize with each other off the knockups, even if you don't have two tanky.
That's right, and we did see Space Groove did have a bit of a show in the last game that we saw. We're gonna hop into game here. There is gonna be a pause, but it looks like they're gonna get right back into it with these ready checks. You're not gonna see my camera here, as we are present, like all day. I'm just gonna be making sure that I'm sustaining myself to keep the broadcast going.
Very vital thing that you are doing for us, Catherine. Or I do think that with these two gods, I feel like Fast 9 is definitely in the cards. Ari just always makes that possible. And we are going to be getting back into the action.
The music is all good here, and hopefully I'll be able to connect now that the game is actually started. Yep. And we'll load that leaderboard sign in here. Okay. Okay.
The Howling Abyss does start Wigwag off with a Nasus and a Teemo. I feel like these are two units that, if you take a look around, here on stage 1, I think you see a lot of people playing around these units.
I see a Vagar. Okay. Oh. Yeah, Wigwag's just gonna sell the whole board. Nothing super
So
jumping
interesting
out to me right now.
I think this, when you take a look around, can make a lot of sense to do what Wigwag is doing. knowing that you are going to get a little bit more gold, I think that you can play for this full open position.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Hmm.
I'm not quite sure what's going on with the pause situation. Something that Basso Skills has to do.
Yeah.
Um, does that may mean that he doesn't have his camera connected, or
Oh,
yeah,
restart
restart
stream and
stream and
cam.
camera.
Yep. Okay,
Admin
cool.
is very much on top of that.
Yes, I'd love to see admins on top of pauses. It's a hard job. Make sure
I
that
guess I would
it's
also
done
add that
correctly.
it's
Mhm.
yes, for sure. I would also add that like having it right now before the augment selection, before anything super serious has already begun,
Mhm.
like I feel like that makes a lot of sense that they're on top of that at this moment in the game, and that
Mhm.
timing is really nice to see.
Yes. Let's check back in with our Wigwug. Who's ay, still looking. Oh, aura farming. I like this.
Oh, such a funny way to start this stage. I'm partial to the booster pack, but it looks like Wigwag really wants the treasure hunt.
Mhm. Okay. Treasure hunt is gonna. Sorry. Okay, so we'll get our rerolls once we've used our money. We do have money. What else are we gonna do?
To me, it seems like
Mm.
there's a good reason to hold on to one Briar, but it's not a compelling enough reason to not make 20.
Mm.
And I think that making 20 makes a lot of sense because we're not going to play the game very much until stage 3 2, which I feel like is when Wigwug is going to try to get this treasure hunt going.
Okay, stage. Keep that in mind here. Meanwhile, we'll see what's going on with me first Wraith, who was on that to Rogue and has maintained that going into this round.
Wow, this is a really compelling opener for me. I would say, I mean, the Space Group emblem is obviously good,
Mm-hmm.
but the rogues also fit into that board. And in addition to that, I think Pike is part of one of the more compelling openers that's available in the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, just like being able to play assassins in stage 2 can make a big difference if your opponents are not paying attention to what's going on. As you can see, Pike with those 3 items, finding its way onto Aurora, doesn't quite take her out in one shot, but he's going to get the job done on the second cast that finds its way into the backline. Said, Briar of Wasian is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, Wei-Jin's gonna be able to take this one. And Basso, who did have to restart, is gonna look to play that Stargazer. We did see that was the Boar constellation, and so we'll see it again here really quickly. But looking to win and make Yukon. Nothing too surprising here. No pressure to slam any of these items. I usually would also just put one of the components on, but he's not gonna go ahead and do that either.
Oh, the Quicksilver comes in.
Okay,
I find
just repeat
that
everything I said.
um I think it's consistent with wanting to win streak,
Mhm.
but the other challenging part about it is like, yeah, I guess it's something that you'd be okay with having on your Jax later, but I'm really inclined to say that the Titans is much, much better. It's just that we're so far away from the Titans
Hmm.
that we might as well just play to get it at a later point in time. And then I suppose the Quicksilver is not entirely useless if we have something like the Melio or the Twisted Fate. If we happen to upgrade one of those carries, then it's not like they won't benefit from having the crit because they are Fate Weavers.
Hmm. That's good to know. And then we did see Ari offer some rerolls here. Do you pick those up to stack when you've got an augment that's gonna give you rerolls as well?
Um, for are you thinking of a particular player? I'm sorry if I've missed something.
I was thinking of our no?
Was it Wigwag who had the treasure hunt?
Yeah.
Um, the free rules don't quite count for that.
Okay.
So I guess like that's one of the concerns that I would have. But wow, it does look like Wigwag also it's like fairly committed to playing around arbiters now. Has the Rage Blade on the Diana, and if we're locked into that, oh, it's because we're trying to get Leonas. We're trying to farm some Leonas. That makes sense to me, but I'm not quite sure that this is the best line to play with Treasure Hunt. And that gives me a little bit of pause because are we going to be spending these rerolls in like an efficient way, and are the rewards going to be efficient for us? Because I feel
Mm.
like Treasure Hunt rewards lean more towards 2 cost reroll, lean more towards 3 cost reroll. And also, this Leona print business doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to stay low level and roll for the Leonas. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like it oftentimes means that you're going to be leveling up and spending gold on higher value units.
Right, and we did see Wigwag just now level up, like you mentioned, and we'll see what their shop would give them to keep their momentum going so far.
Diana did win the duel against the Jax, but she's getting splashed down a little bit. Now I'm not quite sure who's going to win out the rest of the fight. The Twisted Fate and the Talon are doing so much work, and I think Talon's bleed is going to make sure that Wigwag actually doesn't see a streak for the entire stage two.
Hmm. Unfortunate for that position, but not gonna be not gonna be in the worst place after that. You do like to keep your streaks though, and seeing Basso here on their 5 streak, taking a look at this board, doesn't have the 2-star jacks, but is still in that Stargazer line, so seeming pretty stable.
Yeah, it was a really close win going up against Wigwag, but a really valuable win for Basso. And I think that what specifically makes it so valuable is that he has a chance right now to level up if he wants to,
Hmm.
spend these free rerolls, and look for the Jax 2.
Oh,
Um,
oh, and we're gonna find a Riven, which is pretty good for our rogue board. And the Jax 2 is gonna come through.
yeah, this situation with the Riven, I hmm, I guess
Yeah.
Basso Skills is not committed to playing around 3 Timebreaker. That's something that might get me in this situation where I feel like I'm inclined to play around that at the expense of maybe even the win streak.
Hmm.
But Basso's pretty committed to just making sure we save all of that HP. And if we look at these items, they're so far from the best in slot
Hmm.
that I feel like Basso Skills is really just committed to winning as many rounds as we can right now.
That makes sense to me. We could get some more rerolls here for Bosso. Wrong mouse. Let's see what everybody's picking up here. And I think we wanted to loop back somewhere here.
Yeah, I was thinking it was gonna be Wigwug. I feel like Wigwug is. Is this still the Diana reroll? I feel like it might still be the Diana reroll.
So we've got only the one Diana, but we do have 8 copies of the Leona.
It's not a bad spot. I would say that on a roll also makes this like really really nice because it's gonna keep giving us free rolls even after we 3-star our Leona. Um,
There she is.
there she is, and then like if we are chasing for that Leona 4, like every time we make that 2-star Leona on the bench, I believe it counts towards on a roll.
Oh, nice. Okay. That seems like a good game
But
plan here.
we're spending a lot of gold now for the opportunity to try to find Diana 2. And she isn't here.
She is not here. Rast is here. Rast? Rast.
Does that. I feel like that worries me because I'm not convinced that this Leona, with her itemization, is going to be doing the damage that we need to win some of these fights. And Diana falls so quickly that, like, Jinx is our only backline threat right now. We're going up against Quintanilla, who's definitely not, like, the strongest guy ever, but. Oh. I was worried. Maybe there was nothing to worry about.
Perhaps not. They are on the pair of Diana, so hopefully that 2-star will come through soon. After this God round, we're going to look at Crazy Cat and see what's going on there before we jump around again.
Oh, I would love to take a look at Crazy Cat. Sorry?
Oh, these Crazy Cats are tiny.
Yeah, he is tiny. And he does have a Docat.
Yes.
I would love to look at Crazy Cat, who is just playing the Samira. The other thing I want to do is take a look around the lobby after Crazy Cat finishes these roles and see who selected the reward Steamroll, which is really going to incentivize these players to win streak very hard.
We finished up here. We do have our 2-star Ornn, which is looking nice. Darthnum with this MF, and we'll continue looking after this round.
For one, I feel like someone like Bosso's skills who's on a win streak, but maybe is like that the power level of the board is dropping a little bit as these less optimal items start to meet powerful spikes around the rest of the field. Um, that's a concern that I would have. But you can see Wigwug is actually steamrolling and just relying on steamroll as well as this like to help him out of this low econ position.
And we do have the 2-star Diana, so hopefully we're feeling more confident on that as well. Taking a look at Weijin's spot here, who is not entirely on the Dark Star, not entirely into the Rogue in a position that I would at least expect. How are you feeling about Weijin's spot?
I feel like this might just end up becoming like an ASL board. I don't think Weijin has the necessary resources to get to level 9. Whereas someone like Quintanilla can definitely do that. Legion doesn't have an econ augment, and it's like locked into AP without a mana item.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think that this is just going to be an ASOL situation. And we'll have Voyagers available to us with units like the Mighty Mech, like Karma.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We'll come back and see how Wasian fights from there. Oh, we have a Zaya on board for Basso skills. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, the Zaya makes a lot of sense. Basso has been winning for so long and is so, like, I guess ahead of the rest of the lobby in terms of this win streak. Like, if you expect to win the fights that you see, I think it makes a lot of sense to play the extra Zaya because it gives you +1 gold on a win with
Oh,
4 Stargazer.
hello, Blitzcrank. Nice to see
Hello,
you.
Blitzcrank. I will say, I'm not sure Basso is ever going to have a chance to play this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, so
Which
they're gonna
means
sell it
we're
here.
saying bye.
Oh, are we gonna go into Lulu?
I think this Jax board just plays Lulu also.
Uh-huh.
But
Because we are picking them up, as well as those Melios and Jaxes. I would love to see that.
yeah. I do feel like Basso's win streak might be about to end. I'm really concerned about this fight with Wiglug. And I know that Basso was rolling so deep in order to try to find the Jax 3, but it just wasn't in the cards.
Mm-hmm. Your concern is valid there.
It's a lot of gold to lose. It's not just the board, it's not just the win streak, it's also the steamroll, which both of these players had, but only Wigwa gets to keep it.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
The Swordsmith didn't pay off either.
Yeah.
Actually, like, none of these units can use the Deathblade. But the Gunblade's acceptable. It's just that none of these units can use the Deathblade at all. And then we also have a Gunblade open, which feels really bad because,
Yeah. So...
like, now we have another sword that we need to find what to do with. So we'll see if Boss was able to make that work.
Yeah. Not what you would love to see for your comp. Whoop. Oh, okay. I wanted to take a look at Crazy Cat. We're fighting against him right now.
Yeah, this doesn't look close. I fear Boss's skills might be in a position where he's bleeding out a little bit.
And that also I would think goes to show how much the items from your augment kind of impact your ability to maintain your power level, right? So we're not able to use those items super effectively. We lose our win streak, and we're now in a position that we have to come back a little bit. But looking at me First Wraith, who's on this 7 Space Groove in kind of the using Space Groove to stabilize here in the middle of the pack, gonna see this Bard as well, but maybe not having a spot open for it in this comp. At the moment.
I guess I would say, like, I'm happy about a lot of things here for Mies First Wraith. I'm also a little bit frustrated by we haven't seen Riven, and we don't have more than one Nami. So that could be really challenging. But we know that Space Groove is quite a lot of value, and you can see how durable our Tom Kench appears to be in our front line.
Mm-hmm.
And we deal a big hit to Wasian.
And Wasian, we do have to... Ooh! Two 5 costs. Wei we do have to see what they did, if they did pivot into that mech, if they found the ASOL. I don't remember seeing it during that really that fight, but do you want to check out anybody else before we move to Wei?
I do want to see exactly how close is Quintanilla to getting to level 9.
Okay.
Because
And
right now the
then,
overlay says he might still be level 8. He
yes.
has a lot of gold, actually.
Yes. So,
Uh,
yeah, the overlay actually has him at 52 gold, but it looks like 60. So I'm not
hmm.
confident in the on-screen overlay right now. Um, but we are going to see a few upgrades come out for the rest of our players. Orn, Crazy Cat seeing a 3-star Orn, and we're going to fight Darthnep here with Ramus too, big guy.
He is a big guy. And I like that Darthnu was very flexible with the way he was using the Silver Mirror.
Mm-hmm.
It was on Corky a few rounds ago when we saw him very narrowly win a fight. And now it's on the Rammus, as the Rammus has become our solo frontliner. And the
Mm-hmm.
Silver Mirror does provide both, the large amount of AD, as well as both armor and MR. So I feel like this situation is really nice. And an underrated part of using Silver Mirror as a frontline item is for sure that if you are going up against a Blitzcrank, he can't displace this unit from the front
Mm-hmm.
line.
All right. With that displacement, we are going to see that Basso did get the 3-star Jax and 3-star Lulu on board as well.
Yes. These are the hits that we were waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
Also, not quite so lucky as to find them at the start of the stage, but does have them now. And I actually want to say that my money would be on Basso to win this fight against Zaya with 2 items, but I feel like I'm literally already cursing him.
I think so. I haven't seen this before. I'm gonna come back. Um, to oh no, where were we? Ladder Slayer. This Jin augment. May the fours be with you. I like that. We're sitting on a pair of Jins as well.
Yeah, this is like a very good augment, I think, if you're playing Zaya specifically.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of other compositions, I guess it is not like. It's definitely not weak if you're playing around Dark Stars. But yeah, I want to tap into Quintanilla's roll down, stop yapping about a board that we're not seeing. We really need to
Sona.
be seeing more of the Sonas and the bards in this spot.
Yeah, no bards just yet. Ah, here's our 2-star Sona and our bard.
Sometimes that last shop actually has everything you need in it.
Yeah, right when you don't have any more gold. But we were able to buy it, so now that's going to come online and we'll finish itemizing these units. We've already got Sona itemized, and I don't know. Okay, we go with Karma. I was wondering if we were going to go with Morgana. That's all cool.
So I guess I have like a few concerns about this board.
Mm-hmm.
One of my concerns is that we don't have a well itemized frontliner. Sometimes our Thieves Gloves are going to do the job, but I feel like we saw in this fight that it was really hard for for our frontline to get the job done. And part of the problem was that Weijin, despite being on 3 HP, has found Bard 2, and also had enough. Oh, there's a Blitzcrank 2 for Quintanilla, but Weijin has found the Bard 2, and after taking Thresh's Lantern, he was also able to build Nunu 2 off the bench. So, despite not being pulled in with any traits active, Nunu's going to be able to do a big job in helping stun the board and also soaking up damage for that with that like that the Rammus would otherwise take.
Mm-hmm. And we're still gonna see Wei Jun's fight here against Wigwug, who is still looking for this Diana 3.
Yeah, I would say before that Diana 3, I really favor Wei board. I think also I would say people view Bard as maybe like the highest tier AP carry.
Mm-hmm.
Sona can feel a little bit unreliable. Vex has some situations where she doesn't feel like she's doing enough damage to solo carry,
Mm-hmm.
but Bard really uh, can be the carry that gets you through or over the finish line. And so, yeah, Wei Jun might be in a spot similar to the one that we saw um, out of Millennium Fox
Mm-hmm.
in our second game.
There it is! The 3-star Diana, she's here.
And Widbook did have to sell all of those extra copies of Leona, but he found both this Diana as well as the Alawi 3.
Mm-hmm. Alright, pretty happy with that. We're not have the Shepherd anymore. I guess I'm not sure if it was active at the start. Oh, Wei Jun's gonna go down, and Quintanilla will also take out Crazy Cat.
Feels like a very rare 8th place for Wei Jun,
Yeah.
but Quintanilla was also able to finally move these 3 items together, the 3 crit items that synergize well with one another.
Mm-hmm.
I did feel like that was something that he could improve on, but it can be difficult because I feel like none of these backliners love to have all 3 of these items, and then you also have to make a decision about where to move the Void Staff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Bard doesn't love Nashers, but loves the crit. And you also tend to not want the Void Staff on Bard because he's mostly single target damage. I like the way that this has played out after we're hitting the Blitzcrank 3. Or, not 3,
Oh,
2.
3.
3. 3 would be a lot. 3 would be a lot of Blitzcranks.
Yeah.
I would wager that that would be an amount of Blitzcranks that would win you the game.
Yeah. I would definitely echo that wager. Wigwug is gonna go down. Unfortunately, Diana 3 was not enough. Still sitting on our pair of Jins here with Ladder Slayer.
Um, Also, if we pay attention to the HP, I think that
Mm-hmm.
I guess it is a little volatile because a lot depends in my mind on who Quintanilla fights, and I don't know if anybody is able right now with the power levels of the lobby. I feel like a lot of people are playing 4-cost compositions, and those 4-cost compositions, in my mind, just get outscaled a little bit by this 5-cost board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right. Even we're seeing, yeah, Ladder Slayer struggle against Quintanilla here as well. Oh, and we're gonna... Oh, yeah, Ladder Slayer's gonna hit the 2-star Jin. So maybe that starts to move their momentum there.
It's not insignificant, but I am a little bit concerned that despite hitting the 2-star Jin for Ladder Slayer, I don't think there are many items that we can give to the Jin.
Yeah, I think you're
Like,
right.
surely there's one item here that we can give to Jin, but overall, I don't think he's going to be adding so much power. I think the Blitzcrank 2 is actually a really major hit.
W. Okay. We've got a crown guard. We'll move around our tank items. Okay.
That is a big robot.
Uh-huh.
In the battle between these two players, I feel like my inclination was to say that Ladder Slayer would take it because they've got the Blitzcrank 2. And for once, I think my intuition was right about that.
Yes. Oh, I didn't notice we grabbed the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, a little abduction happened, and the Elder Dragon has found its way onto the board, as well as with level 10.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with Ladder
I
here. Yeah, go ahead.
I do feel like Ladder Slayer has hit enough that they can contest the win with Quintanilla. Right now, I feel like Me First Wraith is definitely the third strongest. My expectation, before Fight RNG, before anything else, is that Quintanilla is going to be able to win this one.
Yeah, I think so. It's
We did it.
yeah,
two fights called correctly in a row.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I was typing it, but I wasn't super sure. But yeah, we had this double kill come out. So Quintanilla is gonna walk away with our game 3 of the day.
Okay. Can I just say I've never seen this little legend before. This little legend is awesome.
Yeah.
It's an incredible way to celebrate a win. With
The little day
with the little lucky cat.
Mm-hmm.
This might be my first time seeing Quintanilla's player card.
Oh yeah.
I would say 32nd in the TPC is not an enviable position among the TPC spots, but I think being in the TPC nonetheless is very cool. With this first, I think Quintanilla probably improves very substantially on the TPC average that we have currently on the screen. But I think like overall, these are probably not things that are overall reflective of his ability as a player. It's just like having a bad set so far.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second.
No problem.
We are gonna have Domino join us pretty shortly. But before we get there, let me see if we've got any updated standings to look at. And it looks like a few of them have come through, so we'll just go ahead and take a look at that right now. I'll wait for our next game invite. And these usually happen again pretty fast after each other since there's no reshuffling happening. We'll stay in our lobby 4. Soju is still playing, so that rings well, maybe. Robin's still playing. Okay. Here is that invite come through. Yeah, not much to take away right now. We do see a few of our top got out a little bit early in their round.
Yeah, I guess I would just say Ladder Slayer is opening up a big points gap now. 3 points over Kai Wang, who then has 3 more points over the next highest. I suppose Bro, who is still in game, is still fighting it out. And yeah, like you said, that does mean they're likely to have a good placement. So could definitely still be contested by Ladder Slayer could definitely still be contested by Brubber Brahu. But yeah, these two players are still seemingly having a really great time at the top of the standings.
Mhm. All right, we are in our lobby. So they've done ready checks and we'll get into the next game shortly here. Gonna make sure that our our overlay doesn't spoil or say anything. Okay. And let me see. Um, Domino, if you're here, you can talk. I don't have a talk back to you through. Oh, hi.
Hi, Domino.
Hello, hello.
I hope you're ready for some shenaniganery. We're gonna get into it.
Always. Okay, I'm so ready.
Yay! All right.
I'm
let's
excited.
go.
Let's do it.
Me too. I'm so happy to be here. I'm happy to be back. I've missed TPC.
All right. Oh,
Okay, I was asking Catherine earlier. Uh, Domino, do you have a favorite space god?
Ooh. I mean, I do love Thresh. I won't lie. But I really have never regretted flicking Ari. I think
That makes a lot of sense.
just having those extra boosts, that extra income in some way, shape, or form. It might not be as strong as everything else, but it makes you feel really safe. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I want to say that I, for one, am gonna make a bigger effort to take Echo more of the time. Um, I feel like Echo is one, even though we don't see him in our current game, I feel like I'm underrating the amount of value that I would get just by waiting. And in a lot of situations, I'm like overvaluing, oh, maybe I can play for a little bit more tempo right now, when in fact it doesn't actually like complete a 5 streak for me.
That's fair.
How do you feel about the meta this weekend, Domino?
About the meta?
Yeah.
I'm not actually quite aware. I'm gonna take a look at it right now. But let's see. I've been kind of swamped with work and haven't been following up on TFT metas in so much or been able to play. But I will say that I'm happy to see a little bit less of like, everybody spamming the 5 costs. And I'm happy to see Nami make a comeback apparently.
Yeah, Space Groove is definitely a hit on this patch. Um, Even though Wigwag seems like he might be moving away from Space Groove by feeding Ornn to the expedition, I would absolutely expect to see at least one Space Groove player in this lobby.
I hope so. I think, as nice and flashy as the running for that Vex and that Jin can be and how satisfying it is. I think there's nothing like a good, comfortable 4-cost board, And I feel like Nami's been lacking a little bit of love lately.
I think she has been. I would also say that that Ornn guy that you may see on some boards this game, Ornn is very, very strong paired with Samira, and if you can get him to 3-star. I would say Crazy Cat's a little less likely to play around Space Groove, but this is a really powerful opener with the Kickstart Meepsy.
Oh yeah, and those items on the Lysandra is gonna pump out a ton of damage.
I don't know if I've expressed this opinion on our TPC co-stream here before, but I think Meepsy is like one of my favorite original units of all time. I think she is super chill, and I love the fact that her mech is actually just a set of rocks. It makes you wonder how it's being held together. And I also love that, in fact, she's tiny. She's tiny inside the robot.
Oh, I want to believe that like the what keeps all the rocks together is like some super strong like genetically engineered moss.
Ooh, okay.
That's where my head's going.
I was going with like psychic powers.
Oh, that's not bad either.
Yeah.
I find it kind of fitting too.
Maybe it's just like a bunch of meeps.
Oh my god, do you think it's just like a bunch of really microscopic meats like holding?
Yeah, like it could be. You know, have you seen some of the other like meep effects where, um, like if you read Nar's meep effect, it just says two meeps attack the target as well, dealing this amount of damage per second. And if you look really closely, it really just is two meeps melee attacking the enemy unit that Nar is attacking.
That's amazing. Evelyn and Thresh here. It looks extremely Thresh-sided as of right now.
I'm gonna say something. I miss the carousel.
I do too.
Like, I'm sorry to the space gods. I know the space gods are cool, but I think the carousel involved a drama
Yes.
that we don't have in the game anymore.
Absolutely. And I enjoy the space god thing so much, and I think it'd be a great addition to carousel for a set mechanic. Maybe make the carousel a little bit different so that there's not an overload of resources. But I think removing it entirely, you're right, I miss it. You know, there's just, it's not the same. You don't see someone running after someone else's unit anymore.
Or item.
Or item.
Or item, yeah. And I honestly miss people complaining about when someone took their stuff.
Or
You
about
just live for the trauma.
yeah, and when your legend is too big and you mismaneuver into someone. You're right. I do like the drama. I miss the carousel too in Vective.
And like, yeah, it does also mean like tiny titans, like where you get bigger, like and slower. There's
Yeah.
nothing about it anymore. I would say me first or eighth, probably the player that's going to be playing Samira this game.
Looking likely.
Ah, yes. Gotta love the 2 units on the board, full loss, and get that money.
Was there even another lost streaker? I feel like me first or eighth was very open. They were open because of patience as a virtue. Okay, that makes sense.
That certainly could.
But now we have to buy some units.
I mean, yeah, we don't want to accidentally take some damage here.
These are definitely the slams that I expect to see. One thing that I wonder about sometimes when I'm playing Patience as a Virtue is how many rolls are you willing to spend on a round like this one, where me first Wraith is just holding the line, and I think that's all well and good, as he does get a Thieves' Gloves from the Gold Orb. I would say that concerns me, not just because, like, well, I mean, the Thieves' Glove is not not necessarily that easy to use for me first Wraith right now, and I feel like it's not that great in the space group composition. But what I particularly worry about is that the gold orb for someone else was a spatula, and that spatula ends up becoming a way for them to get into space group.
Right, and that just definitely just gives them a way in.
I guess we'll see if that's the case as we progress through the lobby. Weijin is playing around this LeBlanc, or around this Leona print, and I feel like this is definitely leading into a LeBlanc spot.
I could see that.
I've tried doing the Leona print. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, if you're looking to go into Leona here, what do these augments? You're going for gold to dig deeper?
We're so close, though.
If we could hover over the Arbiter, I think Weijin's expectation is just that we're just going to hit naturally from this. And my experience with this setup is really that you would rather stay in Arbiter, continue playing a LeBlanc, and then like ultimately go for Leona 4 with 5 Shepherd, because Leona 3 is like a suitable tank when you drop down to even when you drop down to 2 Vanguard. I feel like that is sort of the rationale here. And we have been seeing a rise of playing this 5 Shepherd version of LeBlanc recently.
Okay.
Well, Leona gets the job done, but she doesn't print another one of herself.
I mean, it's kind of inevitable to hit, though, right? We're one off, it's 8% chance every 3 attacks. It would be a incredible, stroke of unluckiness to not eventually get a hold of that last copy.
Yeah, for sure. It's inevitable to hit. I'm just concerned that, like, Weishin could be in a position where he's actually full win streaking the stage. But this round he might be fighting someone who is actually, like, too strong to beat without Leona 3.
I see what you mean.
I guess that's my main concern. Is Wigwug playing Challenger's reroll? I would love to go back there soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the curious one.
Here we are.
Oh, got time.
Ooh, a random emblem.
Emblem.
In the groove.
So, yep, we'll have a few people picking that up.
Unsurprising, for the most part.
I think, what if they brought back the carousel, but instead of having with the gods, right? And you just have those 2 gods walk around.
Ooh. At least there's that, and there's like a limited amount of people per god.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Or
I feel like
you just start chasing them if you chose them.
It's like little like ducklings following their mom.
Yeah.
I feel like TFT is a game. TFT feels like a game with 3s. I feel like the gods would be a little bit better if there were 3 of them.
I think that's kind of what they're doing.
If you wanted to
Tengu,
chase them,
right? They're introduced like Tengu gives you something.
Yeah.
I feel like the Pengu is just a way to say that that's the unit that you got that you would have gotten off the carousel.
is. There she is. The 3-star Leona.
Oh yeah.
I feel like
She's chunky.
okay. There's another Space Groove player. So it's gonna be Darth Noob and me first or eighth.
Yeah.
But Darth Noob has an incalculable advantage. We've been fortunate enough to hit Blitzcrank on 7.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane luck.
Where the heck did Jinx 3 come from?
She just came, actually. The notification started right before this combat.
Well, that's terrible.
It's very
timing
fortunate.
on the other side. Yep.
She lost.
Yup.
Alright.
Now you are starting to see why Space Groove is being played.
Yeah. Yeah, this is making sense.
This guy has a Blitzcrank as well!
What? What is happening?
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, guys. It's not guaranteed.
No, it's never scripted. Never scripted.
Remember, this only happens in TPC games, not your games.
This actually does happen in my games, just not
Not to
on
us.
my board.
Yep.
Okay.
I had the misfortune of playing against someone who on 3-1 had Space Groove Emblem, Timebreaker Emblem, and a Shen on level 7.
Oh, jeez.
It doesn't even sound possible.
No, it
But
doesn't.
like their augment was expected unexpectedness, so I suppose it was just an unexpected happening. It
Wonderful.
got really unexpected on me.
Oh. I was gonna question the placement of these radiant gloves. From Wigwag.
Yeah, that's so interesting to me.
I would think Kindred.
I feel like I'm not understanding if the Radiant Gloves were part of the Expedition cash out, because right now we also have a Radiant Red buff on the Jinx. We are getting more stuff.
It's nice to see the prismatic come out at the last aspects.
Oh. Pike?
You sell something here? Yeah. Okay.
Sold the Belveth.
Oh!
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, see what else is going on.
This is such a strange board. I really wouldn't queue up to play it, I'm gonna be honest. So, like, I hope for Wigwug's sake that that board does well, but I genuinely cannot tell you that I sit here expecting to play this in any given game of Teamfight Tactics.
Yeah.
We missed. I missed the loot. Everybody got a prismatic orb, and the prismatic orb had the Radiant Thieves gloves. And then Weijin happened to be in a situation where he saw lucky gloves, so now we have literally every unit on the board itemized.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
But we're not in that 5 shepherds just yet.
I think it's like It's not his choice.
Mm.
If there was a Sona on his bench, I feel like it would end up being placed on his board. But we're being forced to settle a little bit for the Nami. That's what I would say about it. I'm not 100% sure.
Anybody who you want to check out particular after this God round?
I'm happy to stay with Ladder Slayer for a bit.
Yeah, take a look, keep an eye on the low HP.
Cool.
And Ladder Slayer is also someone who, like, you know, he's been having such a good day. I'm very interested in seeing, like, can he turn this position around?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this position doesn't look that favorable. But maybe there's some sort of understanding about how to play Zaya.
Okay. Wait, why do we have the big dummy in the back? Oh, just to keep it alive so it does passive damage? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the tower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. Nami did a lot for us there.
I'm not convinced Ladder Slayer has some secret sauce on Zaya.
Oh.
I feel like Ladder Slayer might just be in a bad spot.
Do you... Okay, I was gonna ask, do we ever reforge some of these items looking for something more optimal for the Zaya or for the Jin?
It's gonna have to be another Thieves' Gloves.
Yeah.
And now we're playing against one of these Space Group players who had the Blitzcrank. And I have a certain fear about me that this Blitzcrank is going to mean that we are not happy.
No.
Oh!
Hey. Good for Ladder Slayer.
We take those.
Very big.
Enough of that passive damage came out enough to be on top.
Yeah, wow, Quintanilla is actually like really, really low HP, has lost the last 7 rounds, and I think on this stage is gonna have to get to level 9 and find at least the Fiora too. So items have been made. Yeah, we just gotta send it. Is she in the shops? We're not gonna roll. Holding on.
Old.
I am
the shot.
nervous.
Yeah. It is certainly a little...
I guess... No, we're still waiting for a Thresh Boon. Maybe we could make another item. There's a little bit more stuff. But we did get an item. It's not bad. Okay.
Okay. We couldn't upgrade
I
Fiora,
like the-
that was good.
I like the angle that we have with Master Yi here. There's the potential to get to the back line, depending on where we go after the Blitzcrank.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
that's
there.
good.
Oh, Nami.
Kind of looks like we're losing to everything else.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Wow.
the end.
That's depressing.
It really is.
Well, we sent it. We tried. Just wasn't enough.
I'm not sure what Quintanilla's prismatic augment options were, but I think it must be really frustrating if you don't get the thing that you sort of need. I feel like a lot of our players have combat augments in one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Lucky Gloves means that every unit on Weijin's board does more stuff. But Quintanilla had to take Money Monsoon, and I feel like if Money Monsoon was not what we were playing for, that could be, that could be really frustrating, I guess.
Here we'll see if Ladder Slayer has enough to make it out. But it's not looking too great. This Jin is not.
Oh. Never mind.
Hey, that's a caster curse for someone else.
Yeah. That's so true.
Thank you. It's finally not just me.
Don't worry. We're all there.
Okay, Ladder Slayer is also gonna 2-star the Jin, which was cool. While we were away last round, Sona did make it on board to Weijin's board as well. So that's pretty cool.
I was talking about this board like I didn't think it was going to do a whole lot, but it's doing a lot. It's doing a ton, actually.
It's topping the lobby.
So a lot of threats over here. And Ladder Slayer did upgrade the Jin, like you said. Did upgrade the Nunu as well. Are those two units going to make the difference, as it were? Look at how much damage Pike does when he finds his way to the backline, though. Ladder Slayer gonna stay alive.
Yeah. And Weijin gonna drop to 7. We'll catch up with him in just a moment.
That's a nice shot.
Some last minute moves for Weijin coming out. We still have the Edge of Night piece.
To me, it's really crazy that we got to level 9 for 5 Shepherd before even managing to find LeBlanc 2. I think ultimately that it, like, sort of means that I'm a little worried about our damage. Yeah. Oh, just...
Oh, it's so close. Yeah. Even the HP going down there was so close to surviving.
Bosso's also out in 5th.
Yeah. Got our top 4 for the game.
Ladder Slayer is showing me the Zaya tech.
Okay.
Hit Jin 2 on level 8.
That's
has to be good. It can't be bad. I'm learning very much. I guess like part of my frustration with this composition when I play it is like, in some ways it feels constrained. Like, it's a well optimized composition, and the Stargazer means that you don't have that much room to position either. But hey, high rolling is high rolling, and I'm not going to fault anybody who high rolls because it's a game at least partially of chance.
Zaya Tech could not carry the win.
That's unfortunate.
But a fourth place is really great.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps Ladder Slayer at the very top of the standings, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think this might be the last lobby to go. I'll take a look in a
Okay,
minute. Mm-hmm.
that sounds good to me. I I feel like the top four in this lobby are, at least in my mind, less accomplished historically than the bottom four in this lobby.
Mm.
And I would say that that is awesome. Because it's one thing to feel disappointed that you couldn't go higher than fourth. But if you look at the people that you outplaced, um, there are a lot of trophies in that list.
Yeah, getting a fourth in this lobby is definitely something to be proud of.
Whoa, Pike! Pike, you just did something disgusting and awesome.
Oh, goodbye to the backline.
Goodbye to the entire backline.
Yep.
Every single backliner.
Oh, there's nothing left.
All right.
And
Go ahead.
although I can't remember who Wigwag even lost to,
Mm.
I feel like it's going to be a tall task for me first or eighth to win generously 2 rounds against this board when Pike does have a lot of fight RNG and these backliners look really fragile to me.
Uh, yeah. So Nami is not gonna have a chance to do anything.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Alright. I avoided any major caster curses this game, but I did not avoid talking bad about the composition that won. The composition that won is the one that I had no faith in. So, sorry everyone. Analysis poorly done.
We went off of what we thought, you know, and it's good to be proven wrong by a player, right?
That's true. It always feels nice.
It is.
Okay, I'm gonna check in on some of these scores and officially welcome Domino to the stream. Hello.
Hello, hello. Hi, hello.
Hi, Domino. Happy Friday, Domino.
It's Friday. I'm so excited. It's been a whole week of working like a normal person and not playing TFT.
Boo.
And so,
Oh yeah,
after this co-stream, you're gonna queue it up? Is that what I'm hearing?
that's exactly what you're hearing, Invective.
Amazing. Have fun.
Thank you. I will. And then I will get angry at my poor rerolls.
Hey, it happens to everyone.
Yep.
Might we have a chance to look at the standings?
Yes, I am pulling those up now. I have to adjust this crop a little bit so that we can see everybody. We don't have everything in yet, but this is a good idea of what is going on and who is left. Robin still playing, Soju still playing, Mikhail, and oh, we might actually have the full lobby still going, so I'll see if I can pull something up for that.
That would be wonderful. Domino, do you have anyone you're pulling for in the cup this weekend?
Let's see, taking a look at this. I'll say, like, I am usually a big, and I think I've said this every time that we've seen him in tourney, I'm a big Quintanilla fan, but as things are going right now,
Oh.
I don't know, how well that's going.
Hey, I think
I think my other pick right now would probably have to be Fossil Skills or Darth Noob. So I believe in them. They can get above that red line. Totally fine.
well, I think both of those players look very good for the time being, but they are still sort of in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And
That's not
I
what
guess I
wanna
would
be.
look for them to be aiming for like higher and higher scores as you aim for this top 8, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I've got a POV from Michael that we can hang out and watch for a bit.
Perfect.
That sounds wonderful.
I'm gonna mute his stream before he says something crazy though. Sorry. We're good.
It looks like Michael was in some kind of Anima spot. Didn't make it to a 400 cash out. Yeah, judging from the items on the board, didn't make it to a 400 cash out, but he's level 10. He's also got a very, very powerful Graves with 6 Marauder.
Yeah, I feel like we don't see that much.
Yeah, I can't say we see this very often either. The Fiora on our board looks incredibly intimidating also. Somehow Master Yi is like... looks like a 2-cost next to these 2 carries, to be honest. Just doing some final positioning checks against Millennium Fox here. I am a little bit concerned that the Victor is going to be raining down a lot of damage onto our clump.
Oh, that is a good point.
It does not matter to the Fiora, though. And I guess I'd have to say that this Mittens business seems very, very broken when you have 6 Marauder and a Radiant Sterex to soak up any burst. For those who may not be super aware, Mittens has been reworked such that, at least as of the last set, and maybe earlier than that, this thing just gives you immunity to anti-heal, as well as a variety of other bonuses. So it is removing like a lot of counterplay.
Yeah, that is for sure.
Oh. I love ads.
Yeah. Yippee. Space Groove is proving to be a second place composition in the lobby. And these two were teammates for the EWC qualifiers. I don't think Cam's gonna appreciate Michael bringing down Graves' double Fiora on him, but that's sometimes what happens to your teammates. Huh. It's an interesting little itemization puzzle. Where does everything go? So we'll see if... Oh, one of the Fioras got stuck. This might be one of the worst possible fights. Where did
This Graves is just the amount of damage.
Well, congratulations to Mike. I feel like I expressed some desire to cheer for him earlier, and I'm glad that we got to see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really disturbing Graves. Truly.
Honestly, that thing was just mowing through everything in its way.
Do you have a favorite Graves form?
I don't. I haven't played Graves very often, even when I do play towards these 5 costs. It just hasn't been a unit that's worked as well for me. I the few times I have played it though, it has been as like an attack fighter.
Yeah, I think I see Attack Fighter being really popular. Um, and I want to say that it's legitimately like the most consistent option that I see on other people's boards. So I have to assume that my own failure to make the Attack Fighter Graves work is a me problem.
No.
I think I maybe overvalue the Marksman Graves when I feel like I only have items that are like scaling damage and not necessarily like attack speed damage as opposed to raw AD. And then
Yeah.
I do really like the caster graves where you can like reduce his mana cost. I think that one's really fun.
I feel like I come away from a lot of the TPCs with realizing it's just a me diff.
Yeah, and it's kind of
Certainly.
a good lesson, because like there's so much talk about how, skill-based versus luck-based TFT is, and when you take the time to go through all of these pro games and these CPC tournaments as a bit more of a casual player, you realize it is not a luck thing.
Well, in the last game, I do believe we saw 2 players hit Blitzcrank on 7.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Never mind.
It's only a luck
Some
game
of it is
when
luck.
it's in your favor.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't think we have
Um,
new lobbies yet. We're still, yeah, waiting on this to be filled out all the way.
Sounds good to me. I think I would be. Would you still like to select the lobby on stream then?
We can break. I think that's fine. Let's say I really quick. Yeah, we're gonna wait or off cast. Oh, they finished. They're populated now. So let's go back.
Yay.
So we can at least see the final standings here before we head out.
All right. Oof.
Tunnington.
Yeah. Quintanilla, no.
Oh, Spencer too.
Having a couple eights really just takes the joy out of your day.
Yeah. How would we feel about looking to follow Prest event for Razy Cat or Rajin?
I'm okay. So you mean players who are sort of at risk of being eliminated here in the first day?
Yeah.
I think that would make sense. I would want to see if there is a lobby that has like 2 of them.
I'm happy with that. I think following along on.
I think as for players that we haven't had as much of a chance to see, Lobby 2 is one of those lobbies. And I think Reddy is also someone I'd be willing to follow, try to like get out of that bottom part of the bubble.
JOC is in there as well.
Yeah, okay. I'll send lobby 2. And then we'll be right back from our break with some game. See ya.
Alrighty.
everybody. Welcome back. Domino,
Hello.
Invective, and Kimiko here. Going to bring you into game right now, actually. Here we go.
And here we
Perfect
are.
timing, it would seem.
Seen this Ari Evelyn combo a few times. I am greatly displeased to see that we have not had Echo or Yasuo. I like those guys.
As the combo, right?
As anyone, I feel like I just really enjoy not having to position, and also having flashbacks.
Because we saw Yasuo with Thresh, I think. I think that's the
Oh
only
wait, you're
one we
right.
saw. Yeah.
Rats. You're right.
We didn't see it with.
This is going to be a more combat-oriented Arbiter, and we are following along with Reddy. We mentioned before the break that Reddy is someone who's sort of on the brink of being cut in day one. These next two games are going to be really impactful for his progress over the weekend and hopefully staying in the cup. So we will see how that plays out. I want to say Dissoap's Arbiter is not one that he's happy with, judging by him not necessarily keeping those units on the board. Or maybe he just doesn't want to be forced to pick. Do you feel any type of way towards the Frontline Foundation or the booster pack?
Personally, a bigger fan of booster pack than Frontline Foundation.
Yeah, I want to say like Bastion, Vanguard, and Bruiser are not necessarily top tier emblems right now. I did used to like them very much because of the direction that they offered. But I want to say, yeah, I like Booster Pack a lot. I feel like I always get something interesting out of it. But Dissoap is going to make
something to play around, no matter what.
Dissoap's might be making a little bit more of a valuable choice here, picking Slammin'. Do you feel any type of way about the validity of the Sunfire Cape? Do you think that this is like a acceptable item when you slam it?
I would think so. Just getting that little, like, it's not so much about the anti-heal, but just the burn itself that spreads is a nice little bit of extra damage, and you are going to need the anti-heal later on. Depending on what you're playing, you might not want to build a Morello or a red buff.
I think that makes sense to me. I do feel like it means Dish Soap is really locked into going for like a fast 9 game plan. And it's definitely not a bad time to do so. Like Ari is one of the gods, and Slammin' is going to get us a lot of the way there. But a lot of my concern is just that we're going to end up in a position where we don't necessarily have like a lot of frontline item value in terms of tankiness.
Yeah.
Oh! Kairing has an Orin.
And it's not a weak Orin. That's actually quite a big guy.
Getting that artifact there is amazing.
You can see that Kaiwing has already healed above 100 HP by way of the Soraka's Miracle.
Nice. Yep. So that must have been the 3 cost from the like portal, right? This Orn.
I think it may have been. It was a like blue orb drop that gave people econ.
Mm.
So it's possible that like Kaiwen got one or two more 3 costs, and then the original 3 cost was not very strong, or he didn't want to play around it. But like one way or another, yeah, it's like 3 cost start ended up with an Ornn basically. We also see Shaco with the late game scaling. And it's nice to win a few rounds here if you are playing for that angle. You are trying to level up. I guess I'm just a little bit concerned about the state of the Fast 9 this game.
Mm-hmm.
If there are too many people in the Fast 9 situation, it can become like a bit of a warped lobby. And then as far as my feelings go, in those situations I do feel like it's usually only like one or two people who can have a good Fast 9 spot. And the others will get crowded out by the tempo of the lobby as they all sort of take a beating, but only one of them has a win out.
Yeah.
Okay. See if any more slamming happening. Oh, and we have Master Yi out for soap.
Oh,
So we got Marauder
that was
on board.
fast.
Okay.
I am curious to know Dish Soap's psionic item. I think that could be a really big, or really impactful thing here. The Biomatter Preserver. Love to see this on the Maokai. And I think we're gonna get it this turn.
Nice. Fall on the Maokai. We're grooving. Or we have the potential to groove. Groove.
I think grooving is it's actually worth selling the other grooves. I guess Ornn is worth doing it.
Uh-huh.
This Ornn unit is just very strong. Also really interested by I think there are 2 players playing hero augments, and both of them actually have Anima openers, where they're using the Anima openers to cash out 100s, and then they're gonna use those 100s to just like slightly boost up the stats of the board.
Let's check that out. Ooh, okay. Broseph is one of them.
I love the look that we've been able to have around the lobby, and I really do think Reddy finds himself in a very strong position. I think when you are able to get off to a hot start with the warpath, like this really sets up the rest of your game. And I think the Misfortune is one of the best units to accomplish this with. I think Misfortune is a unit who really sees a ton of success in stage 2, stage 3, and up to like halfway through stage 4. Which coincidentally, if you happen to win all of your rounds by like an acceptable margin, that's more or less when you cash out your warpath.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a really great angle for Reddy.
Alright, and then we wanted to take a look at Fox maybe also.
Yeah, I think next turn this is gonna be some Gragas business. This has to be one of my favorite hero augments, by the way.
The Gragas.
The self-destruct, yeah.
Yeah, it's so much fun to play.
It's just like some hero augments have sauce, and I don't like hero augments too much generally, but I'm very happy when they're like that. Uh, we have so much gold. We're gonna find Gragas's with that gold, right?
Right.
Right?
Surely.
Right.
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 Okay, one.
Right.
Yep.
I guess another concern of mine is that we don't have the sympathetic implant. Certainly the Biomatter Preserver helps Gragas cast more times. I think that's definitely valuable. I would also say that a lot of the time, unless you're going up against a 2-star, like 2 or 3 cost frontliner, the fights in this stage should be very winnable for Millennium Fox, who has a lot of extra resources right now. But before seeing Force Ionic, and I'm assuming that Force Ionic is what is allowing Millennium Fox to justify playing this composition, like having sympathetic implants maybe down the line. Yeah, if like we're basically just gonna need to see Millennium Fox hit quickly and level up. That's what I'm trying to say. And we're grooving.
Oh, hell
Yeah, we're grooving. Are we worried about only having the Kaisa here?
A little bit. I don't think the front line's kind of... I mean, the Ornn is doing a lot of work, but it is a 1-star.
I mean, we know Kaiwang also wants to get the groove on, but I'm afraid that JRC is in some ways going to undercut him. Like we know JRC is quite low on HP, but it will not be too long before that savings account cashes out. And the Divine Investment could low-key change the interval. I'm not sure if JRC's like planned this out very carefully. But a lot of the time this Divine Investment business like doesn't come at a useful point in time. Okay, he didn't take it. He took a random emblem and got a Space Groove emblem?
Okay, buddy. I said something about luck last game, and I'd like to take it back.
I'm sick.
Yep.
I'm sick to my stomach.
Yeah, so as we were mentioning, the luck that happens in their games, not in our games.
Yeah.
We are grooving.
And even if Jersey loses this next round, this leaves me in a very optimistic point of view about the rest of the game. Also, I really like her open components. I would say like having the rod open in this upcoming neutrals round, we'll have 2 shots at having the jeweled gauntlet. And we win the round anyways, which is great.
Yeah.
any requests for our wolves role?
Hmm.
Well, I think I just want to see JRC right now. I think.
Yeah. 32 HP.
Morgana, 2 Morganas.
Did we skip the Riven? To me, that's a little surprising. Maybe JRC is not quite team plannered.
Mm.
Could you hover over the savings account, please? Okay, so we already gained the gold. This actually strikes me as being a little premature.
Yeah, I think so. We jumped in during the planning and they had done like 5 or 6 rolls.
Yeah. I think that's right.
It's just really early to be sort of all in like this. Yeah, I really find that was a little too aggressive, because if we're not willing to, like, if we skipped a Riven, I have to assume she wasn't even in our team planner, and that just means like I genuinely just wish that she had been in our team planner, because I have the utmost faith that, and there's a Blitzcrank. I have the utmost faith that in almost any other circumstance we would have found the Riven there. Although, like, yeah, on this board she would fit over the Rost.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty confident in that would be good.
How are we feeling item-wise for JRC right now?
I think I'm very happy. I will say, like, having your Void Staff on your Blitzcrank, sometimes it means that you're not getting all the shred that you need, but if you think about it, a lot of the time Blitzcrank does already want to be on the main tank, and overall it's going to make sense for him to have the Void Staff. When he casts, he will splash the rest of the board, so overall it tends to be pretty valuable.
I know we're kind of in a good spot with those 2 emblems, but when the component anvil showed up and it was kind of duplicate, I was wondering what would happen. But now we're here with Joseph.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm concerned for Broseph. I feel like we are in deep without a lot of meepsies. And to be honest, like, in a lobby where someone else is also rerolling a 2-cost, this is not something I would expect to see happen. Like, I know Meepsy is a very common utility unit for a lot of other people, but this must be really frustrating, and I feel like Broseph was also forced to take maybe a suboptimal econ augment. But the Slammin', I'm not gonna say it's without value, but it strikes me as odd to take that and then, like, not push to level 7, level 8. If you were to push to level 7, 8, maybe you can print Meepsy with Meeples. But Broseph seems really committed to getting this done on level 6. And to me, that signifies that Slammin' was just the best out of some bad options in order to give Broseph the gold he felt he needed.
Okay. We're gonna run into shit. Oh, that's a Sona on board. At level 8, so... Okay.
Yeah, Shaco's, to me, Shaco is stable enough that the late game scaling is going to pay off.
Hmm.
Even if we lose this fight.
Oh? Okay. No, a 1-star Zoe doesn't do it. No.
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 But having the Sona already is so nice. Evelyn's not gonna reward our greediest players with 5 costs this time, which I think can actually be a very meaningful swing. I want to check in with Dishsoap to see if Dishsoap is going level 9 or is staying level 8 with the Graves. Or not the Graves, the Master Yi. I think those items would otherwise probably try to find their way onto the Graves.
Alright, it looks like they have no, according to the overlay, no econ, so...
Yeah, we're a little stuck.
There's one upgrade for us.
The salvage bin is really interesting to me because I think that we do have, like, in a lot of games, we would have had room to make good stuff out of our items. But low-key, this is too many rods. Because we have a gunblade. I think one other rod could be Crown Guard. But on the whole, I find that this is just a little too many rods, not enough bows, not enough swords to make items that we really like.
I would like to hear what you both think about Reddy's position. We do have a win now, but kind of fell a bit off.
It was a little bit close. It didn't quite feel like a fluke, but a tiny bit. I mean, I don't hate the spot itself, but it's just, it doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough.
Would you be willing to see if Reddy was able to cash out the warpath? Because I think it's on the brink of not. Oh, we're not.
Oh,
We're 2
no.
wins away.
Oh god.
That's really difficult.
And
In a lot of games, this Shaco leveled up.
with the Vex on board too now. Lucky.
We do have Kindred 2, Tom Kench 2. Those can't be undersold, but like now Sona's starting to splash damage to the backline. Can Kindred live? It's really... Wow. Barely does.
1 HP.
That's one.
Okay, so Reddy needs one more win.
See what RA gives Shaco here.
Gotta take this, I think. What are we looking for? Were we looking maybe for... No, this Loki is not anti-heal.
What is this bow
I
on
spoke
Vex
a-
become?
I think Bow becomes Void.
Okay. Okay.
But then we also have like a few open components that we don't like, and we still don't like them, unfortunately. Like Jeweled Gauntlet's fine, but I think it really wants to be a 3rd tank item. And I'm willing to say this board wins some rounds, but can it win out is something that I'm pretty doubtful about. If, like, in order to... Oh, God.
Grooving.
Ooh, that's a lot of groove.
Blitzcrank does move the Ornn into a very good position for Shaco, because now Sona's getting damage onto the Samira,
Oh, the
and it's
Samira is
enough
down.
damage.
It's enough damage.
Ornn is tanking for an obscene amount of time. But yeah, I think we're going to have the gold to buy the Vex. Oh, we don't buy... We locked the shop?
Yeah.
I'd honestly have been willing to sell the Mordekaiser and Lissandra just to pick up the Vex without locking. I feel like it's worth getting one more shop
For
here.
the extra shop, yeah, I tend to agree.
Ready sells to 2-star the Sona.
I don't hate it, but I don't think this is enough to win a round. We'll have to see. These items are really good for the Sona, and all you need is that one round, but the Lissandra looks really imposing, has the Voyager, has the Nashor's Jeweled Gauntlet. I guess one thing I would say that board lacks is that 3-star Cho'Gath, which is typically seen in the front line, but Lissandra is about to get an angle into the back line of Ready. Oh, Karma did it.
Yep.
Hey.
And the Warpath uncashed out.
It's unfortunate to see. Definitely. And what was our other hero augment?
Well, I think that was... Oh, so Broseph is out.
Okay.
The other one is... Millennium Fox. Millennium Fox is playing Gragas.
Okay, we did 3-star the Gragas. I just hadn't seen this for a little bit.
Yeah. I think it does make a lot of sense that we ended up on level 8 without additional 3-stars. But low-key, I feel like those additional 3-stars tend to make a lot of difference. However, in this fight, I feel like Gragas can get a ton done. Yeah. It's a real shame for Shaco.
And Dish Soap versus Kai Wang here. Dish Soap will take that. Kind of just poking around, seeing where everybody is at.
I guess I'm a little surprised Kai Wang doesn't seem to be stronger. As of right now, we are level 8 with the double Samira, double Ornn, and a Bastion. I think this has to be a power spike. Like, this has to be enough in my mind, if this comp is as good as I think it is.
Is it gonna be enough to take a win off of Millennium Fox here?
Well, I would wager... Oh, Ornn died very quickly. And I know part of that has to do with the Sympathetic Implant. Sympathetic Implant will have the Psionic unit doing true damage, but I'm still really surprised. I feel like I rarely see Gragas do so much. Or at the very least, I very rarely see Ornn die so quickly. Maybe
That's for sure.
That's the better way to say it.
Oh. Yeah, okay. JRC does kind of need to perform here. Top 4 is good for them, but we would love to see a top 2.
Definitely not out of the question. I do feel like JRC the decision to exclude Riven has to be viewed as intentional at this point, and I genuinely wonder what JRC knows about that situation, because I'm willing to believe that Riven wasn't good in this spot, and is taking out the other space group player.
No more grooving.
One Grooven left.
Oh yeah, no more grooving for Kai Wang.
Oh.
These dish soap items still look a little bit janky, but I feel like he did a really good job of getting them all into a better spot.
So now we look for Fiora?
Yeah, I think leveling is leveling is on the agenda for Shen, looks like.
Okay. Sounds good.
I figured that it would have been preferable to keep Fiora or go for more Fioras. But Dish Soap certainly thinks differently. And this Master Yi on the left side seems to make a lot of sense in this matchup. Look at how fast JRC's Blitzcrank is attacking. And I think JRC just got the anti-heal as well. It could have been really valuable to tag the Master Yi with it, but Master Yi's all the way on the other side. That doesn't really matter though, because the way the fight is going, it's not close. JRC is going to get into the top 2 like he wanted him to.
Sorry, Dish Soap. I did not mean it.
Oh, and there's the Shen 2 as well.
Heck yeah.
Call me crazy. I think one really good optimization here would be to move the Space Group emblem off the Rost and onto the Shen. I think Shen benefits from the attack speed much more than Rost does because of the way Shen's spell works. I do not think that it's going to matter for JRC, but that is going to depend on what happens in this fight and whether Gragas is going to be able to get all of that damage down. Already pushed through the Tahm Kench. Wow! Something happened this fight that didn't happen in the Ghost fight. I wonder if Millennium Fox struggled more against a Ghost of Dish Soap, because I know that Millennium Fox took a loss in the last round. I figured it was against JRC because JRC beat Dish Soap, but if you look at the way that that fight went, maybe it was the case that Dish Soap was trying to hurt Millennium Fox with that like split positioning, and on the other hand, the packed-in positioning of JRC was something that really harmed him in the end.
Yeah, I can't remember too much on that last fight position, but I just saw the 3 or 4 units explode at the same time. Like, oh, that's for this then.
It was really quick too. It was just like, oh, suddenly everything's gone.
Yeah, I mean that was really crazy. I feel like there's an optimal world where if you or I or anyone is casting that fight, it sort of sounds like a basketball game where the announcers start shouting, "Bang, bang," because that's sort of like what the Gragas more or less does.
What's that one
meme?
Like 3 bangs? I don't. There's a clip. Anyways, it would have been perfect to play during that fight.
I think Gragas got the job done in like 2 bangs.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the Meepsy hero augment went 8th, and that's the big bang, so we're missing 1 bang from the game.
Not enough bangs. What can I say?
Alright, I'll bring us to our scores here. I don't have an invite for our next game yet, and I do know that Weijin is still playing his game. It's currently Weijin and QAQ, the final 2 of that lobby. Weijin looks like they're gonna win, It's 18 HP to 1, and I'm just not gonna set it up because we'll be getting the invite for
It'll
our
be
game
done by
shortly.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super fair.
That makes sense. It's I don't think Weijin was in the worst spot. Like right now in the score sheet looks like he's in the bottom 8, but he does still need that last game position.
Mm-hmm. Which we think will be a win.
Yeah. So realistically, if he's at 23 points, that actually puts him at around the middle of the pack.
Oh?
I cursed.
What's happening?
I cursed.
Oh no!
I
No.
cursed. It was a Asian second.
Rats.
Oh boy. Wait, where's my invite? Hello?
Really good for CMB in Brazil, though.
Yes. Yes, it is. So this will populate soonish. There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, so this next game is still going to be pretty impactful for Ready and JRC in our lobby that we're going to watch.
Yeah, it was I gotta say that felt like a really impactful second place for JRC.
Mm-hmm.
If there was any way to make that a first, like the points would look a lot better. To be at 20 instead of at 19, or at 18, or to be at 19 instead of at 18. But still, TFT left to be played.
Wait. Dude, did I not get an invite for real?
Oh. Seriously? Did they start?
I'm pretty sure we started. Okay, I will set up a stream.
Okay.
And then I think Domino and Invective, were you both still gonna hang out for the last game? Again, no pressure to stay, but if you were gonna dip out, then now would be a great time to say any last thoughts.
That will be the end for me, unfortunately. I do have to be on the run. But my last thoughts is that I really need to get my head into this current TFT meta so I can be about my wits for the next 2 days of tournament. It's been nice to see like all of the new stuff compared to last tourney, so I'm excited to see like kind of how the weekend goes, and I'll be watching very, very closely. But it was a pleasure to be here for the short amount of time I was here.
Yay! Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, likewise. Very happy to see you.
I'm very happy to see you guys as well, and I will see you all in chat.
All right.
Goodbye.
Sounds good to me. Bye bye.
Alrighty, let me finish getting this set up. Just gotta find somebody to watch.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine with watching literally anyone, given that, you know, we sort of gotta take what we can get.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have any, like, existing subs so that we're able to avoid ads?
I will. Oh, I can sub right now to. Oh darn! I used my Prime sub on Gal, but I can sub to Kai Wang. Do that. Well, okay. Let me just get us in the game first, and I can sub on a different screen.
No problem. Thank you. I didn't mean to ask you to sub.
Oh no! I just didn't have anyone in this lobby. I usually rotate them out pretty quickly. Okay.
Okay. So we are in the game.
Mm.
We do have a 3-cost. Is it still a 3-cost start? Maybe it's not. Oh my god. He's team plannering.
Let me get our.
Well, we're playing some Vanguards. Some Vanguards and some Shepherds. And I feel like Kaiwing's also very committed to getting to level 9 because we slammed a Shojin.
We did. Yes, we did. Okay. It's gonna feel weird for me not to be able to click around on anything.
It's just gonna have to be the way it is.
Yeah.
I will say the overlay seems like a little bit janky. I feel like we could toggle it on and off for like a look at the augments and stuff.
Okay.
But as of right now, I feel like it's getting a little crazy over there.
For sure. I'll pop that out. And then I might keep it up over here for me. Actually, what's the point? I can't move around anyways. Alright. Happy about a win here. And I think Kaiwing was a pretty good choice. They seem to me like somebody who would scout a decent amount.
Hey, that is good. I mean, the bench is also like plenty full. I feel like this cluttered mind is actually really nice when you're playing Leona Printer, seeing as you were always going to have a lot of stuff on your bench anyways. And the way this board is shaped up is also very nice to see. We have 5 synergies active on level 5. Pretty good stuff.
Yes, we can go there. I can accept invite. So, thank you for reaching out. We're gonna be able to get into a game, actually.
Yay!
We're gonna
is
hop
it
into
a
lobby
different
4.
game?
Yeah.
All good. I'm very much fine with that.
Alright, let's... Oh, I already switched. Alright.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
As we get into lobby 4, or hopefully we are getting into lobby 4. The players in that lobby are Robin, Michael, Cam, CMBQAQ, Darthnub, Weijin, Ego, and David Ace. It's a really stacked lobby. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like there are multiple like regionals winners, multiple worlds winners. Are there multiple worlds winners? No, it's only Darthnub.
Yeah.
There's
Contenders though.
many contenders, many favorites, to be honest.
Okay. Alright. Now I'm set up. I can show us the lobby really quick. We haven't done ready checks, or we have, and my chat is bugged. But we're in the lobby, so we can hop in once we're all ready to start. Thank you to the admins for reaching out and making sure that we can get into something that is much preferred compared to just watching a stream.
Yeah, it is legitimately really nice. All the best wishes to Kaiwing on printing Leonas, but I think like that's not quite as exciting as viewing 8 people's separate perspectives.
Yes, exactly. And we will still be able to keep up with some of the players that we wanted to, who might bubble in these standings over here that we'll take a look at. Just to remind everybody going into this last game of the day that we will say goodbye to 8 players.
Yeah, right after this game, there is going to be a cut, and that is going to affect who gets to play tomorrow. I will say that the person who looks like this upcoming game is the most important for them would be David Ace. David Ace, I think, entered this lobby in maybe the worst position, but only by a little bit. And then Ego actually had a really bad game 5, finishing in 8th place, so might very well be out of contention without an incredible performance here. And as for David Ace, he is just 1 point below the cutoff right now. Not too many people above him, so a third might very well be able to get him above the benchmark. I would just be a little bit cautious that it's one game, anything could happen. The players at the bottom of the standings could in general do significantly better than the players at the top of the standings, and if that were to happen, David Ace would need an even better placement in order to make it out.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough position too, because you are facing people who who have been to Worlds before and are going to be super strong just going into this game, even if that's not reflected in the scores at present.
Yeah. And our gods are going to be offering us a lot of additional wealth this game. I mean, Ari specifically offers wealth, but Varus almost always offers stuff that's equivalent to wealth, so we will see how this all plays out.
Yes, we will.
While we have a chance, I would love to see if we can check the Stargazer by right-clicking the Jax. Maybe David Ace is in a position to consider this opener. Ooh, the Altar. I feel like the Altar is predominantly going to be good for Xayah.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to try the Altar with Jack's Hero Augment, but we have Samira. Oh, Samira!
Samira and Anasis. Options. And we were saying earlier also that Samira is decent support for Xayah if that is going to be our late game.
Yeah, I believe Samira certainly can be like a mainstay on these sniper boards before you hit someone like Jhin. I'm not like super confident in Samira being like the best supporting unit, but even so, if you find a way to play around Samira, and there are other people who are like primary carrying Samira, it can make their lives a whole lot more difficult.
And sometimes, especially in the last game of the day, that's what you're playing too, is making other people's games more difficult.
That's true. Michael is in a spot to print some Leonas, and for that purpose, I feel like speedy double kill is really appealing to me. If we're really looking to get as many auto attacks as possible, then one way we can play that minigame is to like slam a Gargoyles and slam a Rageblade. But maybe we're not going in that direction. Maybe we're going for the savings account.
Looks like we are, and that's something that I would think that's kind of a safer option of everything that we saw. How would you feel about that? Comparatively.
I'm a little conflicted. I feel that next turn, Michael is going to be in a position where he's not going to make the next econ interval unless he sells a Leona. And I'm not sure this game plan becomes coherent if we take that into account. And I know that's like a really small sticking point, but it actually might not be. Like, I'm not sure how all the math works out, but there is a chance. Oh no, he's got it. Worried about nothing.
Alright, let's check in.
Wait, he's playing a Vanguard. This is outrageous. You gotta make 20 here.
Ah! Alright. Let's check out Dark's Arbiter.
Darth is also gaining Leonas. And
Yeah.
I might suggest that Wei Jin is also gaining Leonas. Kinda looks like they're all gaining Leonas.
Oh no. Don't everybody contest each other. That's not what I meant.
Kinda sounds like it's what you said, though.
Well, I said it's an option of play, not the only option of play.
Indeed.
Indeed. But I think
Well,
nobody
Wei
else
Jin
had
has-
the Diana, right? I didn't see.
Yeah, Wei Jin is the only one who has the Diana, and that means the likelihood of printing Leonas should be higher. Wow. Kim is on the full loss streak.
Mm-hmm.
Full open.
And we are Star Gaming. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, this being the altar. I'm not sure if the rogue emblem gets to be anything later, because I don't think talent should fit onto our final board. But I'm not opposed to keeping the Stargazer if we are still trying to play around the altar later. It's just that our items are a little bit awkward because, like, I know we just want like a lot of bows, but we typically don't want to slam those bows with the rod or with the tears, so yeah, in my mind a little complicated. The tiny duplicators means everybody's going to be getting their Leonas faster.
Yeah, I think we'll see if.
On the other
can
hand,
set up.
if Michael picks Divine Investment here, and then goes up to 80 interest, there's a chance he can make the savings account faster.
We would like to see that. That would be good.
And then I feel like it would also give Michael a reason to not contest the Leona line, but maybe he's committed.
Yeah, and Michael can play with a. I don't want to say lenience, right? Because they're in fourth in the standings right now, but isn't particularly threatened at this time. As far as standings go.
Yeah, I feel like Michael is very much chilling. That still doesn't mean like
Yeah.
this still doesn't mean like I'm a fan of this spot. I feel like this spot is weird. I genuinely don't know why he's as inclined to level up here as he is. Like, I feel like the savings account really does imply wanting to, like, make more interest intervals, but he's got his game plan, and I'm gonna stop questioning it because we know what happened last time I did that.
Yeah, we'll just be reactionary now. But makes sense. We'll see if Cam picked anything up. Just has some.
Guess who?
Yeah. Okay. And let's see still. Who's running the Leona race? I think it is Wei Jin.
I also think it's Wei Jin. And something I find very interesting is I think Wei Jin was confident enough in his position. Like, being able to print Leonas in a timely manner, that he did not take the tiny dupes.
Yeah, Yeah, I saw that too, because if that would have... would that... No. There's another one.
Like, I think he does have... Yeah. He's only one Leona off. Which means, like, if he took the tiny duplicators, he would have had it last fight. But I think he judges it's not that big of a deal.
That he can.
And I think he also.
Naturally.
Yeah, and I think he's also making the judgment call that he's not going to play for Leona 4. I feel like in a lobby where 2 other people are aiming to play around Leona, it's a bit of a mistake to play for Leona 4, because you end up in a situation where you've sacrificed a lot of economic power, you've sacrificed a lot of tempo to play around a unit that takes so much time to actually get, and at the end of it, it might not help you actually win out.
We're gonna say hello to Morgana on 3-1.
Yeah, that Morgana looks really good at this stage of the game, by the way. My experience with playing around Morgana at this stage of the game is that she can usually get 2 casts off in a fight. And I believe that those 2 casts are very impactful. Because normally she casts like once in a late game fight, and the healing is already mitigated because everybody has their utility items, everybody has their anti-heal. And then after her spell goes down, she isn't really all that useful. But here in the mid game, Morgana not only provides a generic buff to your entire board that helps you win some fights, she also just doesn't have that many answers. And so you do actually get a lot of value from this. And if I had to point out anybody's game as being really compelling, I would say it's probably CMB's. He has late game scaling with Misfits on a 100 streak. I think this is one of the most powerful positions in the game.
4 bows.
Catherine, that's too many bows.
4 bows.
David is playing Zaya. It's not too many bows.
It's the perfect
actually
amount
not.
of bows.
And it actually comes with a Reforger. It comes with a Reforger, and the Reforger means that you can get rid of... I'm gonna be honest, I think you're supposed to get rid of the Rod and the Rogue Emblem, but David really wants to win the fight.
We did see this 3-star Leona come in for Mikkel, and Robin, I think, hit a 3-star Briar. I'll take a look in a second here.
3-star Briar?
Yeah.
What's Robin doing? Oh, Robin's playing Worth the Wait. Haven't seen this girl in a while.
Yeah, we're gonna be kicking some people, I suppose. What are we gonna use? The Belveth? Or these tiny dupes? What can we do? The Talon?
Yeah, I guess I would say, like... There's a chance you can go for Briar 4. And the tiny dupes are just a way of accelerating that. And there's a chance that you are saving them for Rek'Sai 3. But I guess this lobby spooks me a lot, because I don't know if Briar 3 is expected to do well against a lot of these Leona 3s, and I think there are 3 Leona 3s. Or there will be very shortly if Darth Node gets his act together.
Yeah, I think there will be. Can we itemize Briar differently than what would be expected to go into those Leonas?
Um, to be honest, I don't think so.
Mm.
I feel like Briar really wants to be. Optimally, I feel like Briar wants to be targeted, and not only does she want to be targeted, it's also very hard for her to wrap the front line if she's being targeted.
Mm-hmm.
Like those aren't two things that are like function together. Um, Cam's having a really great roll down. I have to point that out.
Yeah.
Uh, Debatably can already stop, but we have two Orns now. That's really nice as well. Um, Certainly does want to stop the bleeding here and was rolling so deep in order to try to find something like Nami.
Mm-hmm.
But this is nonetheless an excellent result, and I think that rolling the Bramble Vest on your Orn that had the Warmogs is a great thing for this fight in particular, because it meant that Briar found no purchase.
Mm-hmm.
And that continues to be my concern, is that she's going to be taking a lot of damage and not chewing her way through a tank.
Meanwhile, we see Michael has pivoted into a soul. We'll check in there in a moment. And just gonna catch up with Wation for a second.
Yeah, if you are not super familiar as a viewer or you personally with the changes that they've made to some of the psionic items in the last patch, they made some of these items better as flexible items. So because Zoe is a magic champion, equipping the malware matrix changes its effect to be a magic resistance shred effect instead of an armor shred effect. So I think that's really nice. Zoe does a lot of instances of small damage, and that means that Weijian's board is going to be seeing a lot of good stuff happen versus the enemy frontline. Um, and you can see that even though Michael's Leona's super beefy, Weijian is getting a lot of work done in this fight against that Leona.
Exactly. I think I feel like I experienced deja vu, but it was because these boards are the same.
Yeah, they are very similar.
Yeah. So we are two, two Leonas away from Leona 4 for Michael here.
That's a little optimistic.
Right?
We are like 10 Leonas away.
Wait, really? Can I not count? Oh. Yes, I can't count. I thought there were more hiding.
Hopefully, Michael is able to cash out the savings account quite quickly.
I think we're 3.
Okay, that's really nice. Yeah, I mean, then I'd say
Oh.
Michael's not necessarily in a bad spot to chase the Leona for,
Mm-hmm.
but I still feel tentative about it. And the Ego also happens to have a lot of Leonas. I have to imagine that all of the actual Leonas can no longer be found in the shops, which is really funny. But overall, this is like... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, and it's just these tiny dupes that can.
Yeah. Could we have a look at this Arbiter Augment? I so rarely see it chosen. The Augment. A second effect? And the second effect would be... Sorry, you hovered over it just a second ago. We can take a look after the Augment selection.
Okay.
And they gain armor and magic resist. So it's a really nice effect for the Diana, but it's not like the best possible one. I think the best possible one would require like triggers of damage, but unfortunately, I don't think triggers of damage is allowed for. I'm not convinced it's allowed at all anymore. But if it were not, if it were still allowed, then it would be better for that effect.
Okay.
Michael ended up in a Vex spot.
Oh, yeah. We'll take a look after this. We like our items for this spec spot, I think.
We do. I am quite a big fan. I am not as big a fan of the Nunu 2 on the bench. I'm not convinced that Nunu 2 is going to be played on the board. It is played on the board.
Yeah, we were
so
able to
I'm going to be eating my words.
Oh, and a Blitzcrank will make its way to the board.
How lovely.
Ego did also 3-star Leona just now. Right.
They all got the Leona.
Oh, damn.
I think it's funny that at some point Arbiter just gets to summon Leonas out of thin air. Like, they don't even exist in the pool anymore. You can still keep getting more.
And then we took a quick look at, I think it was Ego? No. Somebody had their, oh, our our Stargazer player. Yeah. I think David Ace is gonna have the Saya on board and the Jin ready.
Okay.
Remembering. Somebody, I saw it while we were rotating. I got excited before the fight.
I mean, that is very exciting. I think the Zaya, ooh. Yeah, this looks really powerful. I will say one of the most frustrating parts about playing the Zaya composition right now, absolutely, that it can be very hard to find Nunu to. And I would say that for David Ace right now, I don't see a world in which the Nunu 2 is a part of our future. I think there are a lot of people who are playing Nunus, like this guy, Michael.
And Michael's in a better position to move into the next level, into 9 here. More so than David Ace is right now. So those Nunus are gonna hopefully show up for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think David is in some ways forced to roll back down on level 8. Despite having the opportunity to level maybe for a Rost, there's still so much stuff that you can get here on level 8 that you really just shouldn't be leveling. Although I suppose if all of the Nunus are legitimately out of the pool, then there might just be no reason left to roll, but to be lucky about a Blitzcrank too.
Oh, so here with QAQ, we've got a 2-star Fiora and a 2-star Graves that just came online. And we're gonna start itemizing as we fight into Ego, who's got a few 3-stars over here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it's been a while since we got a chance to see this board. It certainly is shaping up, and this is a good time to start having everything on your board, because I think this is the latest that it feels appropriate to start upgrading Graves. So even though you lose this round, you do lose it by a little bit less, and you also have that one round. Like, you don't have a round in Stage 5 where Graves doesn't have a basic form, or a first upgrade, or something like that.
Okay, so we still have some moves to make for Darth here.
Darth is pretty wealthy. I feel like he's been able to clutter for a very long time, and that's been to his advantage.
So what do we need next? Do we take this
I'd say
LeBlanc out for Sona?
I think we absolutely would. Given that Arbiter right now is like Arbiter on this board is like a Leona printer, so we should probably just move out of that.
3-star Orn.
Wow.
I think this came in a little while ago, and I had missed it.
I think the 3-star Orn came first, and then...
And then the Samira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shentu is also, like, a very pleasant surprise. I have to wonder if Cam wasn't able to hit, like, a couple pieces of that on level 7. So even though we don't have the Blitzcrank, like, we still have an insane spot. And, hey, Declaw is not the best item ever. I don't think it's ever been the best item ever, but if you take a look around this lobby, ask yourself how many of these players are playing AD compositions. I feel like the answer is like 2 or less.
Let's see.
David Ace.
Yep.
That's AP. Yeah, that's AP. This is AD.
Yeah, with the Briar and Bell.
This is us. That doesn't count. I guess this is like a hybrid composition. Yeah, I mean, like I'm not the happiest pal ever with the double Declaw, but it's gonna do a lot of work in a majority of fights.
Alright, Equation is sitting on 10, and we'll see how this fight fares out for them. Asol's not gonna be able to do... Oh, that's Bard, sorry. That's Bard too.
Bard 2 does do a lot of damage, but it's not enough damage this fight. CMB has the Misfits. It's just such a great augment for level like fast 9. Weijin's out.
Equation's out.
In 8th.
I think that's... Well, I'm not gonna do math, but I'm pretty sure that's not good.
It is not good.
Yeah,
I would agree with you.
24th going into this game, so not what we needed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Weijin is like definitely eliminated, but it's looking really dicey. On the other hand, David Ace is one of those other players that we were looking coming into this lobby.
Yep.
I think David Ace certainly the healthiest right now, but doesn't necessarily have the highest cap. Hopefully by now he's hit Nunu too. That would be a great thing for him. On the other hand, Ego still playing the Anima, and getting a lot of value out of this Anima for the Diana reroll. Because we do have the Guiding Hex on the Aurora. We did take that second augment that gives us extra armor and MR on our Leona and on our Diana. That all feels really excellent.
And we're gonna hit a Jin 2 before we hit our Nunu 2 Invective.
It'll happen. It'll happen in some percentage of your games. I didn't see a great Jin item there, so I'm hoping that David Ace is able to find something valuable in that regard. Michael got to level 9 and got the Vex 2. I feel like the Vex 2 is really what we're counting on for this board, and there are some boards against which this Vex 2 is going to struggle. I hate to say it, this could be one of those boards. Nunu is in a really good position, though. Nunu could theoretically get a lot of stuns off onto the Samira, but I don't think he's gotten a single one off. He doesn't have the mana itemization, and so if you look at the Orin stands incredibly strong. The only thing that I fear is that Vex splashes damage onto the Samira. Cam's at 15 HP, is that enough to live? It'll be enough. Ornn gets another kill for us.
Oh wow, and we've got 3 sub 3 players, or sub 3 health players coming in. Let's see if David Ace can hit a Nunu 2 on this last roll down. Pair
Definitely
of
not
Blitz.
easy.
Yeah. Darth. And Cambuli. Alright, let's see what happens here.
Oh, we're gonna get a fight between these two, and these declaws don't look so good this round. But Cam was able to pivot those AP items over to the Nami 2, and that could make a big difference as to the damage potential of the Space Group board. The Ornn stands strong nonetheless. The Xayah and the Jhin do not have the damage to take it down. The Jhin itemization, just not enough. David Ace, despite a really good performance in the 5th game of the day, getting close to the bubble, also ends up being in quite a bad spot for advancing to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they went into this game with 15 points, putting them at 30th in that standing. So this bubble is gonna look pretty rough for them. I don't believe the math is gonna work in their favor.
I want to say it was 18, but it's still going to be looking pretty bad. Cam might have one more trick left up his sleeve in that we have 7 copies of Gwen, so if we don't want to level up, we can try to roll down and play for Gwen 3. Gwen 3 with these items can potentially do a little bit more than Nami, but we just level. And I think this is completely fine, by the way. Okay. Adding this extra Gwen will give us more space groove value. Like, the groove will become more powerful.
Okay.
I do think those are the 2 options available. I wasn't sure if Cam had enough gold to do it.
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, it would have been like keep the Morgana and then sell that Gwen too.
Yeah. Now Michael's going up against... Is this Ego?
I think this is Darth.
Or Darth Noob. Wow. With how powerful these frontlines are, Vex seems like she's just a lot more valuable than Sona. Because Vex can like splash around the powerful frontline.
Yeah, and I think we talked a little bit earlier about how sometimes Vex isn't ramping as quick, but when you have a frontline that looks like this, I think you're good on stalling enough for her splash damage to get out.
Yeah. Are we gonna talk about Michael's Thieves Gloves? These look like pretty good.
Yeah, the Sona is definitely happy with these. And the Blitz, I'm not too sure about the Kraken, but the Jeweled Gauntlet is something we like.
Yeah, Cam is in position to avoid Ornn being displaced by the Blitzcrank, but there is going to be the challenge of the damage. Can Cam's board do enough damage to Weijin, or to Michael, before the Vex starts splashing onto the Samira? Samira is very low HP, but Ornn has found an advantageous position, getting onto the Vex, doing all of that damage with the Bellows Breath, and even though he whiffs a cast, he's gonna come out on top. Cam gets revenge over his teammate.
Exactly. We saw the Vex there a little too locked in on the Ornn for the entirety of that fight. The splash, again, coming into the Samira a little later than we would have liked. But that's gonna be our top 2 for this last game of the day.
Yeah, as much as I would like to hype this up, I'm not sure there's much of a contest.
Yeah.
CMV is level 10 with excellent augments. All of these 5 costs are getting buffed by the late game scaling. All of them have like 300 extra HP from Misfits. And to top it off, this Graves has been stacking its upgrades for over a stage, and the enemy Ornn only has magic resistance, so
Yep.
Graves treats him like a pile of paper.
Yep.
The paper has been shredded. CMB takes a win in the final game of the day. That's 2 wins in a row for CMB and for Brazil, and that's a lot of points for that guy.
Yes, and I'll be definitely excited to see how these points shake out. I think this was the last game to start, so we should have all of our standings in just a second here. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I didn't track it. Did we see the Leona 4? I don't think so,
We
right?
never saw Leona 4.
Yeah.
Um, I think Michael wanted to play for it up until the point where he hit the Vex.
Mhm.
And I think that when he hit the Vex, he was like, with the items that I have Morello's, I have Void Staff. Vex is going to make use of those so much better with the Rageblade because she's kind of like a mixture between a utility carry and a traditional Rageblade hyper carry.
Mhm.
She can do both. And that sort of meant that I think it really became useful for Michael to keep rolling, keep spending that gold, and sell the extra Leona. Even though he had been holding onto it for a very long time, he didn't really treat it like a sunk cost either. And so he ended up getting away from that while it was when it became useful to get away from it.
Yeah, and that's definitely that's what you have to do, right? So we will take a look at these standings now. They are all finalized, and we do know which players we're gonna say goodbye to and which players we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's gonna be two of the players from this lobby. It's gonna be Ego and it's going to be David Ace. Really sucks that they ended up going out like that, but
Mhm.
um, there's one game of TFT with your tournament on the line, and that's the way it happened. I think David Ace may have had a better performance in a previous cup that buoys him up into that top 16 of the TPC players.
Mhm.
But these are impactful results. These results can impact whether these players end up in the top 16 and are auto seeded into week 2 of regionals. That very well might mean that some of these players get relegated, and some of these players, or makes the difference between relegation and staying if
Mhm.
the tier 2 competition is fierce and claws its way up to fight them.
Really quickly, I'm gonna call out that Weijin did make it through, so that's awesome for him. Darth is also gonna make it through, and Prestivan. Those are kind of the three that I was looking towards going into this last round. And at the top, we're gonna have Ladder Slayer lead us or not lead us into tomorrow. Um, so these top 8. They don't play, right?
The top 8 will still. Sorry. The top 4 start to qualify for the top 8 after game 10.
After game 10. Awesome.
Which, by the way, I think that's like a really cool thing
Mm-hmm.
to have the final lobby of day 2 be like 8 players. You know those 8 players are competing for 4 spots.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this format actually really builds to a very natural peak,
Mm-hmm.
and you can kind of see it in the shape of the shape of the spreadsheet. It climbs up to this tiny little lobby at the end.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. But yeah, Ladder Slayer with this advantage should have a pretty favorable time tomorrow, placing within that top 8. And you can see the difference between him and 8th place right now is already 8 points.
Yeah.
So that's sort of like a full game's worth of insurance. Meanwhile, you can tell there's actually a huge logjam at 31 points.
Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's our 7 players sitting at 31. So tomorrow is going to be very exciting. I'll be here again. Invective, I know you were going to be around for maybe a few of the games tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'll be here for like 1 or 2 games at the start of tomorrow.
All right, well, that's gonna do it for us today on day 1 of Anima Cup. and we're gonna see you tomorrow. I have some Riftbound to play, some TFT
Oh
to
shit!
play. Yeah, I'm gonna get a pod going after this. But yeah, on Sunday, Twonky will be here for the admin as well. So you might see some different faces, but we're going to keep going on for the weekend. But that's going to conclude day 1 of Anima Cup from the Gal co-stream. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for using your Prime subs if you did, and we'll see you next time.